Well, good afternoon, Patriots. Welcome to the second half of Iran Revolution Live with your hosts, Goldie, that's me, and of course, Armin is on his way. He's just finishing up his group discussion chat. We have some interesting news to break with you, and there is news. There is news. Good and bad news. I mean, of course, there's always news coming out. So let's just go right into it. And let me play this video for you guys, okay? So as you know, the Islamic regime, their embassies, they are in a panic right now, literally in a panic, because they know that the end is near. Okay, so I want to share this video with you because this is very, very interesting. This was posted about 8 hours ago It's from London, UK. And it shows, guys, it shows Iranians protesting outside the Islamic Republic's embassy in London are taunting masked Islamists coming out saying, "Are you afraid of Savak?" Now, Savak is like the Iranian equivalent of like the CIA or the FBI, right? So all of these people who are part of the Islamic regime, they're terrorists, right? They're literally terrorists. They're responsible for the murder of tens of thousands of Iranians. And it seems like they know that the writing is on the wall, guys. It seems like they know the writing is on the wall because there's been videos of them shredding documents. And now they're coming out of the London, UK embassy, and it looks like they're running away. Guys, look at this. Look at this. So I'm going to play it once and then I'll translate it.
میترسین از ساواک میترسین شما آدم کشی تا به اینجا رسیدی شرم بر شما شرم بر اون خانواده‌تون با شرم بر اون پدر مادری که به شما نون داده بارا خفه شو کثافت خفه شو بسر اون پدر مادری که حرومزاده بگو جاوید شو نونی که به بچه‌ت میدی برگردیم شرم بر تو با برام نونی که به
Literally the walk of shame. 100% agree with that. Walk of shame. So let me just replay this for you and I'm going to translate it. So he says, Shoma chikar kardi, like what have you done? Do you know what you've done? He's referring to the mass slaughter of well, the number now is over 50,000, right? So the mass slaughter of over 50,000 innocent Iranians. And then he says, "Shoma namayandegan qatila hasti." So you are the representatives of the terrorists, right? They're referring to the Islamic regime. And then this other guy cuts in and he's like, "Mitarsid." So he's like, "Mitarsid, are you scared?" Yeah. Mitarsid as Savak. So he's like, "Are you scared of Savak?" Because I can tell you guys right now, like we Iranians, we're pretty much all Savak at this point because we're all hunting Nazis. We're all hunting Nazis. So the guy's taunting them. He's like, "Oh, are you afraid of Savak because you know that like the Iranian people are going to come after you?" And then the other guy's saying like, "You've murdered people." And then he says, "Sharm bar shoma." Sharm bar shoma means shame on you. Shame on you. And then he says, "Shame on your family." And then he says, "Shame on your mother and father who gave you bread, who basically fed you and raised you." And then this woman who's with the Islamic regime, she tried to like say something back. I think she responded back like, "Shame on you guys." And then, the Iranians are like, "Oh, shut your mouth and shame on you." And then they're saying, and then so the Iranians respond, they're like, "Shame on you, shame on your family." Oh, and then here, so the Iranian who's filming, he's like, "Begu Javid Shah," right? So the Iranian that's filming, he's like, say Javid Shah, say "Long live the king," right? Because "Long live the king," like Javid Shah, that's basically become the rallying cry for Iranians, right? So the guy's like, "Begu Javid Shah, say Javid Shah," but they won't say it, right? Because the communists and the jihadis, they're not going to say Javid Shah. And then they say, "Shame on you, shame on the bread that you give to your children." So shame on let me just wait. I think we're good. Yeah. All right. And then "Shame on you." So there you go. So the people who, this is London. This is London, UK. And Iranians are outside of the embassy. and they're basically saying like, shame on you for supporting the Islamic regime. Shame on you. And then they say, say Javid Shah, and they don't say it, right? So there you go. There's that. Oh, look at this. Oh, Mark Levin just said, get Khamenei. Yes, I agree. Get him. Get Khamenei. Think Mark has been such an amazing, amazing supporter of the Iranian people. I have a lot of respect for him. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. All right. So there's that. Oh yeah, and then this is, you know what? I don't this is on my feed. I don't really care too much, but I mean, it's just very interesting how the masks have completely come off, right? So like here's like another, like terrorist jihadi supporter. You know, Samira Khan. So I'm assuming she's like, Pakistani or something. And then like she wrote, even if Iran executes 100,000 rioters, it's not America's business. Literally, no one cares. Move on. So, all I can say is that like the pro-Palestine jihadis, they've been causing terror for I don't know how long, but now when it comes to Iranians, they're all they want people to ignore the mass slaughter of Iranians. Why? Because it's literally their side. These are the people. These are the people who are murdering Iranians. So that's why they're so upset, because they know that when Iran is free, they're going to lose their paycheck, right? Because all of these Islamic jihadi terrorists are funded by the Islamic Republic. So these like disgusting, Muslim jihadi Islamic terrorist savages, they actually want Iranians to be oppressed because they rely on Iranian money, stolen Iranian money. But all I can say is the mask has come off, and when Iran is free, I think there's going to be a very, very interesting fallout, and all of these people are going to pay for their crimes against humanity. And then net blocks. So here's the internet situation in occupied Iran right now. So Iran's internet blackout continues in its third week despite a brief momentary restoration of international connectivity around hour 375. Online platforms are occasionally whitelisted, and some users have been able to tunnel out over the last couple of days. So basically, what happened is that, so you see here, like on the 24th, that's today. So there was a brief spike up about halfway, but it literally came back down again. You see that? So someone was trying to restore internet connectivity, but then immediately went back down. So as of right now, it's been, what, 3 weeks now? 3 weeks with no internet. And we've never seen anything like this. This is very, very scary, because this shows that the Islamic regime is trying to hide. I know I didn't like her post. No, I didn't like her post. I liked open source Intel's post. Guys, come on. Do you not know how X works? I didn't like her post. I liked open source Intel's post, because open source Intel responded and said, for 2 straight years, this creature sobbed rivers for Palestinians. Now let Iran execute 100,000 rioters. No one cares. Guys, you have to understand how X works. I liked open source's post. I didn't like the jihadis post. Come on, guys. All right. Anyway, so there's the internet one. So internet is still internet is still internet is still down. Let me ban that troll. There you go. Yeah, see, I liked the retort, not the post. Exactly, guys. Exactly. There you go. So and you have to remember, guys, when internet is down, that means that things are not normal, right? Because if everything was back to normal, and so here's the thing as well, like the Islamic regime and their propagandists, they they want the world to think that everything is back to normal. However, this like if you believe nothing and no one else, I mean, just look at NetBlocks, right? NetBlocks, you know, God bless NetBlocks. They have been posting every day about occupied Iran. Just remember, if things were back to normal, why the heck is the internet in occupied Iran shut down, right? So things are obviously not back to normal. Iranians are still fighting. Iranians are still getting ready for revolution. Like not getting ready, like we're already in the revolution, but they're getting ready for the final push, right? But this right here, this indicator is everything that you need to know, um, to basically let you know that the revolution is not over, that Iranians are still mobilizing and they're still fighting. Because if everything was over, if everything was, you know, back to the way it was, the internet would be back up. But the internet is not back up, okay? So that is your key indicator. That is your key indicator that things are not back to normal in occupied Iran. The Ayatollahs and the Muslim jihadi savage terrorists are still very, very afraid about what's happening. Okay? So there's that. All right, let's go to some demonstrations here. So, guys, we have this weekend, there's a lot of demonstrations happening all around the world. And so let's go to this one here. So this one is in Oslo, and these were Iranians that gathered today in Oslo. Oh, what's going on here? Jeez. All right, Iranians gathering in Oslo. So let's watch this one. And as you can tell, everyone's only chanting one name, right? King Reza Pahlavi. That's the only name people are chanting. And they're also chanting, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return, right? So, in آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. And guys, as you can tell, you know, from the crowds, like you're seeing like thousands and thousands of Iranians coming out from like, you know, in different cities all around the world, right? They're out demonstrating. But the one thing I want you guys to pay attention to, no one's wearing a keffiyeh, no one's dressed like a terrorist, no one's running around yelling Allahu Akbar, like no one's yelling Intifada, right? Like we Iranians were like normal Western, you know, civilized people, right? So keep that in mind as I show you more videos of demonstrations, because this is the reason why all of these like jihadi Islamic terrorists are against us, because they see Iran as conquered land, and they see us Iranians as dhimmis, right? So they want us to be oppressed. They have the audacity to say that Iran is a prize of Islam, right? And that's why you have all these like weird, like, I don't know, Pakistani jihadis who are out there. They're like, oh, like we stand with the Islamic regime, right? Because for them, it's about Islam conquering Iran. They would rather see 100,000 Iranians murdered, right? Because they don't consider us Muslim in their eyes, and that's why they hate us. But that's why, like, when you look at Iranians here, you can see like not a keffiyeh, no keffiyeh, like no, like, terrorist jihadi Islamic outfits, no like Allahu Akbar, like Durka Durka nonsense, right? Like it's just people are just normal, they're walking. Here we go. Also very respectful, right? Very, very, very respectful. Right. So everyone's respectful. Like there's no vandalism. There's no like, blocking traffic. Everyone's staying to like the lane that they're supposed to be in, right? Yeah, Omid, you make a great point because Armin showed videos in our previous live streams. Even in Iran, protesters did not damage a single car or shop unless it belonged to the IRGC people, because like we're Iranian, like we're civilized, right? So there you go. So there's that. That was Oslo, Norway today. There's more footage as well. Oh, okay. Sorry guys. Shoot. I need to. Okay. Here's the one in Sweden. Here's the one in Sweden. Okay. Let me just share this with you and I'll be right back. Wait. So do you see how big this crowd is? Like the crowd is like unending, but yet everyone's peaceful, like no one's attacking anyone, there's no violence, there's no like Allahu Akbar, like none of that jihadi nonsense, right? And they're chanting regime change for Iran, King Reza Pahlavi. People asking where Armin is. Armin will be back in a little bit. Until then, you're stuck with me. Mwahahaha. So sorry, guys. Armin will be back, but until then, you're stuck with me. So there's Sweden. And then let me go to some other ones because there were also like a number of other ones that were pretty big here. Oh, this is something new. Wait, what's this one? What are they saying? Okay, so this is London. So this was tonight. Let me remove this. So this was tonight in London, UK. And this is what I want to point out as well. So one of the really important things about our pro-Iran, pro-revolution demonstrations is that we always take the flag of the host country that we're in. We always have that flag with us because it's very important for us to show respect. It's very important for us to show respect to the host country that we're in, right? And so that's why you see here in London, UK, Iranians are, they're demonstrating in front of the Islamic regime embassy, but you can always see like the flags of the local country. So that's the that's the flag of the UK. And then you can also see the American flag there as well, right? So you got UK, American flag, because of course we Iranians support President Trump, and the flag of Israel is there as well. And then the chant that they're giving here is Ta akhund kafan nashavad in vatan nashavad, which means until the mullah is dead and buried, Iran will not heal and become our homeland. So basically, we're saying that we want mullahs out of Iran so that we can heal and make Iran great again. Look at that. So here you can see the flag of Iran, the lion and sun flag of Iran, then the flag of Israel and the flag of America, right? So like the Iranian national revolution movement is incredibly patriotic. Yeah. So this post was saying there was like over 10,000 people showed up. There's more flags of America and Israel. And then there's, make Iran great again over there. So he says when Khamenei qatil, that means when the murderous Khamenei. And then he says when the murderous Khamenei murdered our children with wait, let me just listen to this and I'll translate it.
لشکر اجنبی مسلح و چید که بگه نمیتونید شعارتون رو برگردونید بگه از این کارا نیست میخوایم بریم برعکس شد مردم.
So what he's saying here is that when Khamenei the murderer brought in all of these like external Muslim jihadi terrorist proxies, you know, like Hamas, Hezbollah, Hashd Shabi, the, you know, Pakistani terrorist groups, the Afghani terrorist groups, when Khamenei brought all of these foreign Islamic terrorist groups to murder our Iranian youth, Khamenei thought that would discourage Iranians from going out. And Khamenei thought that would make Iranians stop with the revolution. But what he's saying is that, in fact, if anything, that made us even more angry and even more determined to overthrow the Islamic dictatorship. So then he said, Khamenei qatil, which means Khamenei, you murderer. Khamenei qatil, Khamenei, you murderer. Again, there you can see the flag of Iran on top, and then Israel and United States, right? So no matter where Iranians are around the world, big supporters of United States and Israel. Oh, guys, they're chanting Elon Musk's chant here. Oh, I love that. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot about that. So do you remember when Elon Musk responded to Khamenei? Do you remember that? Let me pull it up. Oh, that was epic. Here we go. So, okay, guys. So this happened on January 3, okay? So, on January 3, Khamenei, the supreme dictator of the Islamic regime, said, "We will not give in to the enemy." And then Elon Musk of all people, we love Elon Musk, by the way. If you think Elon is evil, remove yourself from this live stream, because we are Elon Musk fans, and the people who are have a paid membership for my channel, we have the Elon Musk emoji. So everyone, all of the members of Goldie's gang, put an Elon Musk emoji in the chat for Elon Musk appreciation, please. So when Khamenei said, "We will not give in to the enemy," Elon Musk responded with "Zehi khiyal batil," which is a very poetic way of basically saying, like, you know, famous last words, or, you know, in your dreams, right? By the way, Elon Musk is more of a hero, is a bigger hero, not just because of this, but because Elon Musk is actually providing Starlink for free to Iran. So that's huge, right? But Elon Musk responded with Zehi khiyal batil, which means famous last words. And guys, as soon as Elon Musk did that, this became a new Iran Revolution chant, okay? So Iran Revolution chant. So now you have Iranians literally in London, England, right, and in UK, and they're saying Khamenei qatil Zehi khiyal batil, right? Zehi khiyal batil. So it means Khamenei, you murderer. These are your famous last words. And what are the famous last words? Khamenei said, "We will not give in to the enemy." And when he's referring to the enemy, he's referring to the Iranian people, right? Oh, of course. We Iranians, we love Elon Musk. We're going to give Elon Musk an honorary Iranian citizenship, and like we basically claim Elon Musk now, guys. Sorry. When Iran is free, we're going to take Elon Musk. We're going to take Elon Musk. We're going to claim him. We want him to come to Iran. He's one of us now. He's basically one of us. So there you go. So, but as soon as this happened, this is like the new chant. So now you have Iranians. So even in occupied Iran, even in occupied Iran, Iranians were chanting Khamenei qatil zehi khiyal batil. But this is what the Iranians in UK were chanting tonight. Okay, they're going to start now. زهی خیال باطل خامنه‌ای قاتل زهی خیال باطل I mean, you can't have the Shah because he's ours, but I mean, if you move to Iran, you would be living, in the same country as the Shah. But we will share our Shah with anyone who wants to live in Iran, except for like jihadis and terrorists. We don't want you guys, but everyone else, you're welcome. You're welcome. But we're claiming Elon. I'm sorry. You know what? After 47 years of like a brutal Islamic dictatorship, come on, we Iranians, we're owed. We're owed some good people. So there you go. But this is what Iranians are chanting. They're chanting Khamenei. So Elon Musk's response to Khamenei is now an official slogan and chant of the 2026 Iranian National Revolution, which is epic. So that was one video from London, England. And all right, so there was that one. Oh, this is Dusseldorf. Guys, look at this. So remember we were advertising Dusseldorf, Germany? Look at this crowd, guys. Look at this. ما ادامه داریم برای امروز برای فردا بدون ترس از بیان ترسا توان ایستادگی توان فریاد با تمام وجودمون تمام زخما ما ادامه داریم این یه عهده یه تهدید تسبیح چرخ خشونت یه تسبیح یه واقعیت یه تسبیح ما ادامه داریم چشمی که توی کوچه گم شده بین ما ترک خون خوش شده تا فتح قله های پیروزی پشت ابرهای شیمیایی یه کوه گم شده ما ادامه داریم برای آخرین بار برای اولین برای بیشترین برای کمترین شیرای شهریم جلو سگای رهبری ما ادامه داریم هنوز پا بر جا هنوز استوار از کلمه پر میشن خشاب جمله ها ما ادامه داریم. I don't know, man. Okay, you know what? This is how we become frenemies because we Iranians, we're going to claim Elon. We also plan on claiming President Trump because President Trump, I guarantee you, is more popular in Iran than he is in America. We're also claiming Senator Lindsey Graham. We're also claiming Marco Rubio. We're also claiming Ted Cruz. We're also claiming Mark Levin, and we're also claiming Sean Hannity. So sorry, guys. We're claiming all the good ones. Sorry, guys. Sorry, not sorry. Just saying. There you go. But so that's Dusseldorf right there. No, you don't get Queen Noor. No, you don't get our queen. You don't get our crown princess. No. But you know what? These are the good problems to have. These are the good problems to have, right? We're you want shared custody on the Shah? Oh, I don't know, man. You know what? All I'm going to say is for Canada, like we have some big problems here because we have a prime minister who thinks that Qatar is a force for good, and Mark Carney wants to like make deals with China, instead of the United States. So like we have some major issues in Canada right now. Like Canadian politics, honestly, is messed up. I actually, even though I was a politician in Canada for 10 years, I'm trying to refrain from speaking about Canadian politics, but, because I'm focused on the Iranian National Revolution. But Canadian politics right now is kind of messed up. No, you can't have Shahbanu. No, the entire Pahlavi royal family is ours. It's totally ours. But you can come to Iran and, You can come to Iran and listen, guys, when Iran is free, you guys can come to Iran and claim asylum when, the jihadi savages are like Allahu Akbaring, your intersections or whatever. I don't know. There you go. Okay, so let's look at this. Look, guys, look at this. This is huge. But you know what's really interesting about this? Look, so even though the crowd is like huge, you don't see that many police officers, right? Like you don't see that many police officers. And that because the police know, like we Iranians, we're peaceful, right? We're peaceful, we're normal. And yes, we're angry. We're angry because we're speaking out against the Islamic regime, but we're not violent, right? Like we're not causing any violence. We're not like causing vandalism. Like we're not going out like even this huge crowd, like no one's going like, oh, no, no, no. Like there's none of that like Allahu Akbar nonsense, right? It's just Iranians who are saying that we're done with Islamic terrorism and we just want to have a normal regular country like we did prior to 1979. And I'm so proud. I'm so proud of Iranians all around the world for showing what a true peaceful demonstration should look like, right? Let's watch this again.
ما ادامه داریم برای امروز برای فردا بدون ترس از بیان ترسا توان ایستادگی توان فریاد با تمام وجودمون تمام زخما ما ادامه داریم این یه عهده یه تهدید تسبیح چرخ خشونت یه تسبیح یه واقعه است یه تسبیح ما ادامه داریم چشمی که توی کوچه گم شده بین ما ترک خون خوش شده تا فتح قله های پیروزی پشت ابرهای شیمیایی یه کوه گم شده ما ادامه داریم برای آخرین بار برای اولین برای بیشترین برای کمترین شیرای شهریم جلو سگای رهبری ما ادامه داریم هنوز پا بر جا هنوز استوار از کلمه پر میشن خشاب جمله ها ما ادامه.
So there's that one. And then I also wanted to play a more recent interview. This was from Mark Levin. This was last night. Let me see if I can find it. Where was it? Okay, you know what? He put it on his X account. So let me go to his X account. I'm gonna play this for you. He was speaking with Sean Hannity last night. And guys, Mark Levin, we're claiming him. I'm just saying. Mark Levin, when Iran is free, Mark Levin is gonna be an honorary Iranian. We're claiming him. And no takebacks. But wait, here we go. Where was it? Here we go. Okay.
Your foot has a secret
It's
link
got
to your
ads.
prostate, and if you've got a swollen
I
prostate and
apologize
aren't
for
using
the
the
ads.
Vicks Vapo Rub.
I know many of you won't like what I'm about to say on this stream, but the truth needs to be heard.
All right, joining us now is a man who certainly has a few thoughts on the situation in Iran. We call him the Great One, the host of Life, Liberty, Levin, right here on the Fox News channel. Help is on the way, now in Armada. I think it's pretty clear that the president is standing in solidarity with those protesters, and he's not going to put up with these Ayatollahs that are murdering and slaughtering innocent people.
No, I agree with you, Sean. In fact, I just read it's about 43,000 who've been murdered. I don't think we know the exact number because it is a concentration camp and the lights are off and the communication's off. But we do see video online of the horrendous things that are being done, especially to young women. It is open season. It's like hunting animals in there. It's grotesque. And I would just say this to, what does he call himself, the supreme leader? You're not going to be so supreme soon. You know, those aircraft carriers and those destroyers and those B-2 bombers and those F-35s and those F-18s, they're coming for you because you are the regime. And if you're taken out, that regime will fall. Everybody knows it. You've got the blood of thousands, tens of thousands on your hand. Your family does, your regime does. And for what? You're starving your people. They're economically impoverished. You're spreading terrorism. You're trying to build nukes to reach us. You just fired a 10,000-mile missile into Siberia with Putin's approval so he can hit Washington or New York or the East Coast of the United States. President Trump knows what you are. He's on to you. He knows you're a lunatic and a maniac. And I think we're sending the United States Armed Forces to send you back to the 7th century where you belong. You're a barbarian and you're primitive. And as far as the American people are concerned, you're a cancer on the body politic of the whole nation and the whole world. These young people, I urge my fellow Americans to go online and look what they're doing to these young people, to these girls. Look how they're slaughtering them left and right for doing what? Most of them were just walking in the street. That's it. They have snipers, tough guys, tough guys shooting women in the street, shooting children in the street, 15-year-old soccer players and so forth and so on. This is hell on earth. And I understand there are countries like Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the others are saying, you may not want to go after him. You may not want to do this. You may not want to do that. Since when do we take advice from Qatar, a nation of 300,000 people that backs the Muslim Brotherhood, that backs every terrorist organization on the face of the earth? Oh, I know, they've reformed. And since when do we take advice from Saudi Arabia that was behind 9/11? How about they take advice from us? We're the most powerful nation on the face of the earth for a reason. How about they start paying attention to what we have to say and what we have to do? The fact of the matter is Iran is a threat not only to its people that it slaughters, but to us in the United States. We cannot allow a 7th century primitive barbarian regime to get nuclear weapons with a 10,000-mile ICBM that can hit the United States. Can you imagine? And by the way, it's their foreign minister who said, you can take out our sites, but you can't take out our knowledge. What he means by that is we're not going to stop. And what I mean by that is our great president isn't going to be president forever. There'll be another president one day. And just remember, every president prior to Donald Trump refused to do anything. It's only Donald Trump that did something about it. So I'm worried. I'm worried when he leaves office in 3 years. I'm worried who the next president's going to be, Republican or Democrat, if they're going to have the ability to do something about it. And what? If this regime survives this, it's going to think it can survive anything. The communist Chinese are already moving as many ballistic missiles to them as possible. And they're going to say, we're indestructible. Nobody's going to stop us. Yes, but you are going to be stopped. It's just a matter of time. Do I know for sure? Well, I don't know all the details and all the possibilities, but I feel Donald Trump. Do I have inside information? No, I don't need inside information. Just listen to what the man says. If I'm Khomeini, I think I'd take the fastest boat or jet to Moscow now. Otherwise, we're coming to get you.
Oh, isn't he fantastic? Love Mark Levin. I think it's too late for Khomeini to actually leave, though. Wait, White House just posted something. Oh, this is our queen. Oh my gosh, what she posted this. Okay, wait, I need to retweet this. Wait, what did she write? Oh, we love her. Oh my gosh. Okay. Guys, give me a moment here. I need to do this. Love her so much. She is, oh my gosh, she's so beloved. Okay. Let me just post this and then I'll tell you what she wrote. I'll read it for you. Okay. So she writes, so yesterday was the National Day of Mourning for Iranians who've been slaughtered by the Islamic regime, and that number is over 50,000. It's over 50,000. So in the last 3 weeks, over 50,000 Iranians have been slaughtered by the Islamic regime. And yesterday, Friday, January 23, was our National Day of Mourning. And so she writes, in this national mourning ceremony, with a heart full of sorrow and a soul brimming with compassion, I honor the memory of those who perished in this heartbreaking tragedy. The suffering that has befallen our nation today has left a deep wound on Iran's spirit, calling us more than ever to empathy and humanity. I extend my condolences to the bereaved families and consider myself a partner in their grief during these difficult days. May we keep the memory of our dear departed alive by upholding truth, justice, and human dignity. There we go. We love you. We love you. We love you so much. Our beautiful, beautiful Empress. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's that. Wait, what? Oh, this is just President Trump. Yeah, see, guys. I mean, I said this earlier. Like, it's insane. It's insane that Mark Carney is like, saying that China is better than the United States. Well, I mean, I thank God for President Trump making sure that China doesn't take over Canada, guys. With the way things are going in Canada, if Iran isn't free sooner rather than later, I don't know. I might have to seek asylum in the United States, right? Because Canada has become a very weird place. I honestly, I don't recognize Canada anymore. Canada's become very weird. Like, the policies are weird. Oh wait, there's a troll in my chat here. Let me just get rid of the troll in my X chat. All right, guys, don't worry to my X followers, my X viewers. I'm coming there. I'm taking care of the troll. Guys, so for those of you who are watching on X, X is weird. X is weird. So it doesn't allow me to add mods on X for some reason. But I just banned that troll. So for those of you who are watching me on X, yeah, like if a troll shows up, just put a message because I still see like the messages on X because it's all combined into like one like live stream or something. So I think I got rid of the troll. That Rufus weirdo, right? There you go. So okay, so all good. That's done. All right, back to here. So yeah, Canada is no longer Canada, guys. So I mean, if Iran's not free, he's still here. Okay. All right. I'm coming back. کجا نمیبینمش دیگه. I'm pretty sure I blocked him. He's gone now. Yeah. Sometimes it takes a few seconds, but anyways, I blocked him and he can go back to, hell where he belongs. So, all right. But sorry guys, I got you on X. Listen, I tried to add mods on X. There's no way that I can add mods to like the X live stream. There you go. And you know what? That's the other thing. Like, everyone's like, oh, Goldie bans people. What about freedom of speech? Guys, freedom of speech does not apply to private forums. Like, you need to understand what freedom of speech means. Freedom of speech means that the government will not ban you from saying what you want to say, right? But freedom of speech does not protect you in a private setting. So I'm just telling you right now, in my live streams, whether it's on X or Rumble or YouTube, there's no freedom of speech. If you say something that I think is stupid, I'm going to ban you. I don't care because freedom of speech only applies to the government not shutting you down, right? Freedom of speech only applies to like a public government setting. And so, yes, I support freedom of speech when it comes to government trying to shut people down, right? But if it's like my own private setting or my own private YouTube channel, I'll ban you. I don't care. And if you complain, go make your own YouTube chat or whatever. So freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. There you go. There you go. So, all right. So now back to oh yeah. So, oh my gosh. Honestly, like guys, with the way things are going in Canada, if Iran's not free soon, I might have to claim asylum in the United States. Just I don't know. Ew, why is this guy here? Mute. Actually, I'm just gonna block you. I don't like him. Okay, so here we go. All right, so this is Finland. Guys, so remember earlier today we were advertising Finland? We were advertising Finland. So here we go. Here we go. This is Finland. This is Finland. And here they're chanting Javid Shah. Oh, is someone asking why we're hating on Mossab? Because Mossab called Iranian women like Botox. Like he was like, he basically said like, you know, maybe stop injecting your faces with Botox and go to Iran and fight on the streets if you care so much about the regime. So yeah, like Mossab is just a terrorist. Yeah, and he's an idiot. So just very, very, very rude, very misogynistic. Well, look here, guys. So you can see the Israeli flag, right? So even in Finland, you can see the Israeli flag. That's loud as well. Oh, guys, you know that word. They're chanting Azadi. Remember, they're like Azadi, Azadi, Azadi. Listen to that. There you go. So that's Finland. To the Americans asking if you can be an honorary Iranian, listen, every single patriot can be an honorary Iranian. If you love your country, if you love the flag of your country, if you put your country before anything else, if you're a patriot first, you can be an honorary Iranian, because the Iranian national revolution that's happening right now, it's about putting patriotism before Islam. It's about putting our flag and our national identity and our country before any foreign ideology. So if you're a patriot of your own country, you can 100% be an honorary Iranian, because we are on the same side. There you go. Let's watch this again. Look at this. Oh, this is fantastic. Finland. Listen, 100%. Listen, Iran and America used to be allies before 1979. And I'm telling you, like, we Iranians, as you can see in every single demonstration here, there's, you know, usually the American flag and whatever the case might be. Guys, the issue is not Iran. The issue isn't Iranians. The issue is Islam. The issue is the fact that in 1979, a foreign Islamic terrorist group occupied Iran, and it was only when they took over our country, that's when they started chanting death to America. By the way, it's those same Islamic jihadi savages that are in your countries right now burning the American flag and yelling Allahu Akbar. But listen, you've been watching Iran Revolution Live for I don't know how long now, but I've been doing this for almost a month now. I've shown you demonstrations and rallies from inside Iran, outside of Iran, all around the world. Have you ever once seen footage of Iranians chanting Allahu Akbar or burning the American flag or anything like that? Absolutely not, because we are fighting the Muslim jihadi savages who took over our country. So 100%, when Iran is free, we look forward to hosting and welcoming all Americans to our beautiful country, because prior to 1979, we were huge allies. If you want, I can. Do you want me to play that the interview with Richard Nixon again? Because that's huge. That's huge. Here, let me play this for you, and then I'll play a few more videos from the footage, and then I'll play the Richard Nixon interviews for you. Oh no, Ilhan Omar is not allowed. Like immediate ban. Like Ilhan Omar is going to be on the ban list. We have zero tolerance for like jihadi savages.
Hi.
I was just showing some footage from Finland. Okay, you're back. You're back. Okay.
I missed you.
I missed you too. Okay, so I'm gonna text you. I'm gonna text you what I wanted to tell you, only because I want to see your reaction. But you can't. You can't say anything.
Okay. I'm scared. I'm actually scared.
No, it's good news.
Oh, it's good news. Okay. You're sure? What?
I have my networks.
Oh my God. This is the most significant thing I've done in my entire life. Thanks to you.
No, thanks to you. Thank you for bringing it up. That's so important. So he knows.
And we cannot share this.
No.
Oh my God. Holy wow.
We can't. Guys,
Okay.
how about this? We'll make you a promise. I will promise you this. After we win the revolution, but this is big. So after we win the revolution and Iran is free, we'll share with you. But right now, can't say anything. I just want to see Armin's reaction because I know Armin is very passionate about the Iranian revolution and he's working very, very hard. So there you go.
Oh. Thank you, Goldie.
به خاطر چیزای امنیتی نمیتونیم چیزی بگیم. You know, it's just it is what it is.
Yeah.
But after victory. But I knew that would make you feel better.
Thank you. I hope one day no, I'm not gonna say because then I hope one day I could tell the. Never mind. I'm not gonna say. I'm gonna tell you in private. Yeah,
so listen, after we win the revolution and after Iran is free, you can say whatever you want to say.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about here. I'm talking about who you know.
I know.
Who. I'll tell you and tell you what's up.
I know. Okay. But even now,
wow.
You can't say anything.
I know. Well, thank you for sharing that.
Welcome to politics.
Nice.
Got to keep everything to yourself.
Goldie is teaching me how to be a politician.
Look, you're doing media interviews like all around the world, like you're famous and like now you're being a politician. So there you go.
Yes.
All right. There you go. Okay. So I was just going through videos from today, from the demonstrations, right? Oh, look at this. Oh my gosh, guys, look at this. So this is London, UK. Okay, so after remember, guys, I showed you the demonstration of like Iranian British people in front of the Islamic regime embassy, right? After that demonstration, there was like over 10,000 people there. Look at them now. Iranians are literally cleaning up the streets so that the cost of cleaning up the streets does not fall on taxpayers. Do you see how patriotic Iranians are?
Wow, that's so sweet.
Have you seen it? Has anyone
Oh.
ever seen anything like this?
You make us so proud. Thank you so much.
درود به شرف تک تک شما. درود به شرف تک تک شما. Armin, everyone is taking our king's message so seriously, right? So when our king said, you know, you have to show the world what being Iranian means, and he said to all of us, you know, you have to show yourselves in a way that is worthy of Iranian culture and ethics, right? I've never seen anything like this. I've never, you know what I've seen? What I have seen is the pro-Palestine, pro-jihadi, like terrorist Allahu Akbar people. They go out and they vandalize.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
throw,
that's right now.
yeah, they throw garbage everywhere. But I've never seen anyone do this.
We should. It's good that you're showing this so that more Iranians.
Look at that. They're cleaning up. Wow.
Guys,
Wow.
more Iranians record doing this. Like, guys, because I think this is as powerful as the protest itself. So, Iranians, please record other Iranians cleaning up after the protest, because I think this is actually might be as impactful as the protest itself to demonstrate this.
Wow. Let me just write this really quickly. We are. Oh my gosh, I can't even type. I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so proud. Like, this is amazing. This is amazing. Wow. Okay, so there's that. Oh, someone took Mark Levin's interview today and added Persian subtitles to it, so that's nice. What's this? Oh, this is have you seen this one before?
No.
So this says fighters attack on the detainees' vehicle and free revolutionaries. Wait, let's see what this is. Oh my God.
Oh, wait, I have something like that as well if you want.
Okay, so guys, this video is undated, but this is from inside occupied Iran, and this is like a police van which is meant to hold oh my gosh. So this police van is meant to hold the Iranian freedom fighters, right? So you can see the van is abandoned. Yeah, it's like for like so the door has been like broken to allow the Iranian freedom fighters to escape. But guys, this is the crazy part. So this here,
wow,
they spray painted on the side of the van Javid Shah, which means long live the king. So not only yeah, go ahead.
No, you can see that they forced the door open because the lock is still on. They just bent the metal from under it.
Yeah.
You can see the lock is still on. They just bent the metal so that the prisoners could get out, and they left their mark. They left
and they wrote Javid Shah, long live the king.
This is so good.
Oh my gosh.
So good.
Sorry, oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna post this, Armin. If you have any like news or updates for us.
No, I just want to share something similar to this.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
میخوام دلت خنک شه. میخوای دلت خنک شه؟
بله.
Okay. So look at this one. Guys, we do not endorse violence. This is for educational purposes. And I'm sure everybody is fine after this. Okay. I'm pretty sure nothing happened. So this is in Karaj, January 9. And you can see that a car runs into the anti-riot police, and one of them flies into the air. There's this. Wait, there's not it. Wee. Wait, wee. Hold on.
Wait, I need to make that bigger.
Wee. Okay.
Let me just post this. Wait. Show me again?
Okay. So you can see a car just runs into the anti-riot police. Wee. See that? Yeah. This is the after.
So-
Let me see. Yes, you get a
Wait, I just want to say, guys, I don't condone violence, but given that we're
Yes.
dealing with Nazis, and given that these are the people who have literally slaughtered over 50,000 Iranians, I mean, I don't know how else do you deal with not like this. To me, this is self-defense. This is 100% self-defense because ARMIN, they brought in their militias and they're in the back of like pickup trucks and they're shooting at people, right? So, people have a right to self-defense.
Yes. And I'm sure for YouTube, for legal reasons, I'm pretty sure nobody was hurt or injured.
This is AI. This is AI.
Yeah, probably.
Whee!
Wee.
Can someone add the wee? Wait,
Yeah, there's
add the wee. Can you send this to me? I'll add the wee sound.
Okay, I'll send it to you. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is interesting. 2CTV just posted this an hour ago. He's like, breaking, U.S. military deployment to the Middle East has now been completed. Troops are on standby for the final order.
Oh my God. Everything is ready.
It's the final countdown.
Hey, that was too good. We're gonna get a copyright strike. That was too close to the original.
I don't know, Armin. I don't know how I'm going to be able to sleep tonight.
Yeah,
I don't
think
know.
something might. You think something might happen tonight?
I don't know. I don't know. But what if I sleep through it?
But then, if you want to think like that, then you have to like stay awake for. You know the reason why you're coughing is lack of sleep is making you sick. Your immune system.
No, it's not that. I just need to drink more water. I don't know if this is true or not.
I hope this is true. Independent.
I know, but is it true though?
It says that Marco Rubio has said that the MEK has to be added back to the terrorist list by United States. If this is true, guys, we are so lucky to have Marco Rubio. We're so lucky. Lindsey Graham and Marco Rubio on the right side of almost everything. So hopefully this is true. This is devastating for the MEK if this is true. After 40 years of investments into trying to get it closer to Republicans and being influential in the Republican Party, now one of the most powerful Republicans is taking a position against them. That's crazy. Guys, can somebody check if this is true?
Wow. Oh.
I mean, if it was in... Oh, who's that?
I don't know. It's an AI photo, but it's so beautiful. I'm gonna say.
But I think it must represent. Sometimes they make an AI photo, but they make the face like one of the people.
Yeah, that's
who actually
true.
was fallen. Yeah,
that's true. Okay. Wait, I'll go back in a moment. I just want to save this.
That's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Like, guys, is that Rustam? That's Rustam at the back, I think.
آره فکر کنم یکیشون رستمه یکیشون انگار آره این this one is Rustam for sure.
That's Ferdowsi, maybe the old guy.
نمیدونم
Maybe.
بابک خورمدین شاید فکر کنم این کاوه آهنگر باشه شاید اینم حتما مثلا فریدون and then I don't know. So these are basically heroes from Iranian mythology, right? ببینم چی نوشته. It's an honor. It's an honor of all of the fallen Iranian heroes. So it says, all the heroes and champions of Iran's history stand tall in respect for the brave Iranian nation. The battle that began in 1195 of the imperial calendar at Qadisiyeh will continue in 2585 in Tehran. So 1195. So this is like the Iranian calendar. So 1195 refers to 650 AD. And then 2585 is, of course, right now, the year 2025. So basically what he's saying is that the battle that began 1400 years ago with the Muslim Arab invasion of Persia in 650 AD, we're going to end it. We're going to end it in 2026. So that's what this is. It's beautiful.
By the way, the blue flag, if you people want to know, I think that's the imperial flag of the Pahlavi dynasty. And if you see in the middle, so Goldie, do you want to click on the picture? Or oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I didn't catch what you were saying.
So the blue flag, that's the imperial flag of the Pahlavi dynasty, because some people, so I think people know what the purple one is. The purple one is the Derafsh Kaviani, which is represents the Sassanid dynasty, the last Persian empire before Iran fell to Arab invasion. The flag with the lion and sun, that you guys know, that's the flag of the imperial flag of Iran. Well, it's not the official flag of Iran. The official flag of Iran is the one with the crown, but the one with the crown is the flag of Artesh. But the blue one, oh, you see the people are holding the blue one as well. That represents the imperial flag of the dynasty Pahlavi, and there has the Pahlavi crown in it as well. There's a red crown. That's the Pahlavi crown. If you look at the crowning ceremony of Muhammad Reza Shah, you can see that's the red crown that he had.
Yeah, okay, so let's 100%. And just based on that, this is a video from Milan. This is from today. And guys, you can see, so you see the blue imperial flag, you see the lion and sun flag. You also see America in the background there. So let me just play this for you guys.
You want me to translate?
Yeah.
So they're chanting death to the three corruptions, mullahs, leftists, and the MEK. That's the Mag Bar Fasid, Mullah Chapi Mujahid.
And as you guys know, the three corrupt, right? They're the ones who are trying to take over the revolution, right? So let's listen to that again.
Yeah. Oh, Goldie. So Seymour in the chat mentioned the people in the picture that you showed from right, Rustam, Ferdowsi. Yeah.
Okay.
So he says from the right, Rustam, Ferdowsi, Kaveh, Babak.
Okay, Babak Khorramdin. Okay, so I thought this was Kaveh Ahangar, and then yeah, okay, this one I thought it was Babak Khorramdin, but I wasn't sure. So, oh, that's amazing. Kaveh, no, Rostam,
Okay.
Ferdowsi, Kaveh Ahangar, and Babak. Yeah, so guys, these are all like Iranian heroes. Like these are all pre-Islamic, right? So these are all like heroes in Iranian um like Iranian
Legend.
literature. Well, legend, but the thing is, so we know at least two of these people are real. So Babak Khorramdin, he's a real person. I actually made a video about the Crusades, and I spoke about Babak Khorramdin because Babak Khorramdin, he was one of the original Iranian freedom fighters, and he was fighting to free Iran from Islam. Like about 100 years after the Arab Muslim invaders came. So we love Babak Khorramdin. He's like one of our OGs. And then Ferdowsi is like the Iranian equivalent of Shakespeare. And when the Arab Muslim invasion happened for 200 years, they banned Persian because they wanted to Arabize us. And Ferdowsi, he actually revived the Persian language through this epic book he wrote called Shahnameh. Shahnameh is like the Iranian version of the Odyssey. And because I think that like the Shahnameh took him like 20 years to write. And then within his epic book, the Shahnameh, he basically put in all of our various Iranian mythology and legends. All of this is pre Islam, by the way. So he recorded every single pre Islamic Iranian legend. And Rostam is one of those pre Islamic mythological heroes. Kaveh Ahangar is another one as well. So there you go. Yeah, these are our Iranian heroes. 30 years. Someone's saying 30 years. Okay, yeah, it was 30 years. Okay.
Yeah, Rustam was based on a real person too.
Yeah. Well, that's what I've heard as well. Both Rostam and Kaveh Ahangar as well, I've heard.
Usually legends are based on real stories.
That's very true.
Yeah.
All right.
So, by the way, guys, Ferdowsi himself was after Islam, but he revived the pre-Islamic stories of Iran's legends, and he basically revived them to save Iranian culture. And he's famous for not using a single Arabic word in his entire Shahnameh. Oh, be careful with that.
I'm scrolling down, so I try to go quick, right? Oh, look at this. Armin, did you hear about this?
No.
Ali Larijani's daughter got kicked out of her job in America.
Whoa. I mean, she should be arrested.
She should be deported, arrested and deported. Oh my gosh. Do you want to tell people who Ali Larijani is?
Ali Larijani is one of the three Larijani brothers, and this entire family is an important part of the entire structure of the Islamic Republic. One of the Larijani brothers was competing to become supreme leader, but Khamenei took positions against him, so he's not. He doesn't have a chance anymore to become the next supreme leader. But all three of the Larijani brothers are extremely influential and some of the highest officials within the Islamic Republic. Very, very powerful, as powerful as Khamenei. And Ali Larijani is somebody that is at the same time connected to IRGC, to the office of the Supreme Leadership, and to the reformers and hardliners. And he's often also a connection between Russia and IRGC. At the Supreme Leader. So that's one of the main decision makers.
Wow. Oh my gosh, there you go. So there's that. Oh yeah, Mark Levin tweeted out get Khamenei, so that's going viral. Oh, look at this. Psyop Anime is posting about us. He's like, why is this not on the news everywhere? I mean, he makes a good point, right?
Yeah.
I don't recall seeing this scene. Do you think he's made a new one?
Yeah, I don't recall it either.
Yeah. Oh, Dusseldorf. Dusseldorf. Okay, so guys, this is Dusseldorf, Germany, okay? You know, this guy's a very famous wrestler, right? He's like that famous Iranian wrestler. Do you know him?
Oh, yeah.
Ihsan something. Wait, here we go. Sorry, Ibrahim Eshaghi. So very, very famous wrestler. They're saying Nang Bar Sefasid, Mullah Chapi Mujahid, which means down with the three corrupt, Mullah, Lefty, and of course Mujahid.
MEK.
So this part they're saying Ta akhund kafan nashavad in vatan nashavad. Armin, did you want to translate what that means, or?
So it means that until this nation will not, this country is not going to be a country until we put all the mullahs in their graves.
Which is true. They're saying, say loudly, Javid Shah. Say loudly, long live the king.
I have a good video like this.
Yeah, let's go to it.
I don't know if you've shown this one or not already. Did you show this one?
No, not yet. Not yet. That one's really good.
Okay, so this one is Dusseldorf.
Dusseldorf was massive. Wait, stop. Because the music might be copyrighted. So why don't you mute that? Okay. And then I will play. Wait.
Wasn't it a Persian song?
Persian songs are copyright strikes sometimes. Let's just do this one.
Okay.
There you go, guys. Guys, the song is in my playlist. Just go to Iran Revolution Live playlist. The song is there. The song is there, guys. It's in my playlist. Oh, do you have another one? Yeah, let's play this one. Oh wait, I muted your screen. There we go. I think this one is fine. I think this one is fine because it's the Shahi Najafi song, so I think it might be okay.
Oh, okay, okay.
هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست فردا می نویسن تو کتاب قصه دیمار بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بی آمن.
So where is this, by the way?
I
This
think
is in Milan.
Milan. Look at this.
Oh, what is this?
That's Dusseldorf as well. Here, let me play the music because people wanted the music again. I played it already, but play it again. There you go. Isn't that
wow?
crazy?
It kept on going. I thought like every time I thought that was it just kept on going. Like nope. That was pretty good.
Dusseldorf is huge. Wait, I want to show you. Can I show you a post really quickly before we go to the next video?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, but very quickly, and then we can go back to your other videos. But look at this. So this is one of so this is an Iranian OSINT account. And he posted 4 hours ago. He's like, nice weather, just saying. Shrug.
Shrug.
So he has this, right? And this is Iran here. And then he's got this. I don't know what these are, but I don't know. I'm not a military person or something. But oh, apparently the Western airspace is completely empty.
You know, here's the thing though. I heard somebody saying that sometimes they are doing operations for practice and they clear out the airspace for that as well. So like they do a couple of, you know, or sometimes they send observers there that scares everybody, and so we have to be mindful of that. Like there might be some sort of preparing operations that is not the actual operation itself.
Yeah. To the people saying 2C live in 30 minutes, thank you, but he's speaking about Minneapolis. We only go to 2C when he's speaking about Iran, because this is Iran Revolution Live. So if he's speaking about other topics, we don't go. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, here's some more.
Can I say something about that? Because Susie was like participating in protests, right? She just messaged me saying, I'm at another demonstration today for Iran today, and it's pretty funny. There were 15 anti-ICE protests at the same location that got absolutely swarmed by this mass of Iranians. So there were 15 anti-ICE protesters trying to do a protest against ICE, and then the Iranians showed up and they got completely wiped out.
So funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just play this. So I think that this is all okay. This is all Dusseldorf. Look at this. Do you want with the original audio or do you want the music?
I love your music.
I mean, we know they're chanting King Reza Pahlavi, but I feel like the music is more epic. Look at all of them. Okay, we already saw this one. Okay. Let me go back because some people want to hear the chants. So, I mean, if you guys want to hear, let's hear the chants for this one. So they're singing A Iran here. You're not really chanting anything here. Like, look, the crowd is massive and everyone's peaceful, though. Look at that.
Oh, Goldie, we're not hearing anything. You have muted your screen share.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
And I was telling you that while it's being muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying you're not really chanting it. But you can see like the flag of Israel, the flag of Germany, you can see American flags. This is a massive crowd.
Yeah. Guys, the reason why you see Ukraine flags is because they're I'll let you know that.
So they're chanting, "This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return." Wow, that's massive.
So, Goldie, you notice that in a lot of the protests, people also have Ukraine flags, right? So they have US flags, Israel flags, but also sometimes Ukraine flags. The reason why they do that is because they are anti the Russian government. Okay. So the Russian government has been helping the Islamic Republic a lot. So the Iranian people see themselves at the same side of Ukraine. I have two videos that I don't know if you've shown or not.
Why don't we go to them?
Okay.
That's the challenge with just going through my live news feed, because there's like a lot of positive, and then all of a sudden you see, you see people who've been murdered by the regime, which we, try to avoid showing on this channel, but because it's incredibly gory. Yeah.
So have you shown this one from Germany? I cannot pronounce the city's name. Stuttgart?
Stuttgart? I don't think I have, but go ahead and show it.
Okay, Stuttgart. Oh, let me actually unmute. I think they're chanting in German, huh? Is this? Are they chanting in German?
Yeah, I think it's German.
Guys, German-speaking people, what are they saying? These Iranians are chanting in German. Oh, so people are translating. It means that the mullahs must go. The mullahs must go.
Alternative for Iran! Alternative for Iran! Alternative for Iran!
All right, so let's go to this one. Did you show this one? This was Milan from another angle. Milan
No,
from another
go ahead,
angle.
show it.
All right, I'm done. Those are the ones that I had.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stuttgart. That one, the earlier one was Stuttgart.
Stuttgart, I think. Wait, I just have to ban a troll. All right. But I go to my, you know what? Now I go to like my YouTube live chat to make sure that it's actually on my channel, and then that's how I ban.
But if anybody from my chat is insulting you, ban them, okay? On my chat as well.
I'll think about it. Okay. So here's one from Copenhagen. Remember the ones we were sharing from Copenhagen?
Oh yes.
The like the ads?
The posters. We were
Yeah, the posters.
Okay, so this is the results.
So this is Copenhagen. Denmark.
امروز یه اتفاق مهم افتاده. 4 بهمن 1404 سفارت آمریکا کوپنهاگ دانمارک. کسایی که
Oh, the pro-Palestinians are there. Do you see the Palestine flag? Guys, the jihadi terrorists showed up. The enemies showed up.
دارن از فلسطین حمایت میکنن، دارن شعار میدن فرزند ما ایران 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 ایران. مرگ بر خامنه ای، مرگ بر خامنه ای،
مرگ بر فلسطین،
مرگ بر خامنه ای، مرگ بر خامنه ای.
Guys, the pro-Palestine people are protesting against the Iranians. How disgusting do you have to be to come and protest?
So guys,
why are they here?
Because they're Allah Akbar jihadi savages, right? The Palestinians support the slaughter of Iranians because they're getting paid by the Islamic regime, right? guys, like
so they're open. They're being open about being against supporting Iranians stopping a genocide in Iran. So
yeah,
they're not anti massacre of civilians. So they're just, I guess, like they're being open about it. Like when we Iranians were trying to fight the Islamic Republic, they're against us. So they don't, like, they're being open about not caring about people's lives. Are they being transparent about it?
yeah. So there is literally no reason for the Palestinians, right? And again, like this is why like we Iranians, we hate Palestine. Like, you know what? I can't even say we hate them. Like we just don't give, like we don't care. We don't care,
We
right? Like
do
if
hate them. No, we do hate them.
you know what
We
I but
hate them.
you know what, for me, like they're so beneath me, like they're not even worth it for me to hate. You know what I mean? It's like
Okay, I'll
Assad,
do it for you.
sure, that's fine. You can hate
Yeah.
them on my behalf, but I'm saying like they're so inconsequential to me. Like I literally don't care. But like, see,
Yeah.
like how messed up do you have to be to like go to a free Iran demonstration and you taunt the Iranians with your jihadi Allahu Akbar intifada terrorist flags? Like, do you see how like savage these like Muslim jihadis are? By the way, these Palestinians are the same ones who are in occupied Iran right now, murdering Iranians. And then in, Western countries, they show up to free Iran rallies to taunt us, right?
Yes.
I you
And
know
this
what?
shows
Yeah.
that these people have never been about saving lives or saving massacre. It has never been about this. Proves that it has never been about that.
And guys, take a look at the flags, okay? So on the Iranian side, you can see the Iranian patriotic flag, you see the American flag, you see the Israeli flag, and I think you see the flag of Denmark as well. But then on like the jihadi Muslim savage Allahu Akbar side, right? The whatever side, the 7th century barbarian inbred Muslim jihad side, they're just waving their fake flag. By the way, their flag isn't even their own flag. Their flag was invented by like a British guy. So everything about them is fake. But just the audacity to like show up to a free Iran rally with your like Allahu Akbar Durka Durka jihad flag, right? Do you see like these Palestinians, to me, they're like the scum of the earth. Scum of the earth. Like shame on you. Shame on you for doing this. Like if you don't support Iranians, at the very least, you could be decent enough to just keep your mouth shut and stay home.
Yeah,
But
it's not. You're right. You're so right. It's not enough for them that they don't care. They actually have to spend time and show up to be against you.
Bunch of savages.
امروز یه اتفاق مهم افتاده 4 بهمن 1404 سفارت
And you can see like all the like Allahu Akbar jihadis, right? All the inbred Muslim savages, they're all wearing their keffiyehs and stuff, right? Because they all belong in the 7th century with their terrorist jihadi ideology.
آمریکا کوپنهاگ دانمارک کسایی که دارن از فلسطین حمایت
And they're literally walking by Iranians and they're taunting Iranians, right? Like this is, guys, oh yeah, you know what, someone just said this. This is literally the clearest example of good versus evil ever. Like it doesn't get much clearer than this, right? Literally good versus evil. Good versus evil. It's very easy to tell who's on the side of good and who's on the side of evil.
میکنن دارن شعار میدن فرزند ما ایران 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 مرگ بر خامنه ای مرگ بر خامنه ای مرگ بر خامنه ای مرگ بر خامنه ای
مرگ بر فلسطین.
این خشم مردم ایرانه مرگ بر خامنه ای مرگ بر خامنه ای مرگ بر خامنه ای.
Can I show a relevant video to this?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Just a quick one. It's short. So look at this.
You know how many protesters were killed in Iran today?
No, but were they protesting to free Palestine?
No, the Iranian people have been oppressed by an evil regime since...
Oh, then who cares? Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Yep.
Of course. یه مش وحشی هن دیگه. همشون وحشی بی سوادن. خاک تو سرشون. Wait, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry.
No, you're on point. You should say that.
اصلا honestly میبینمشون چندشم میگیره. یعنی انقدر disgustingن. اصلا نمیدونم چی بگم. میبینمشون حالت تهوع میگیرم. انقدر واقعا وحشی هن. یه مش بی سواد وحشی عربزاده.
Let me see if I have anything else. I already showed Milan. People are really liking your rage against these people, by the way. They support it. I say Magbar Philistine. I think the guy who's chanting Magbar Khamenei, he should have said Magbar Philistine instead. Guys, I consider the name Palestine and the flag of Palestine to represent a terrorist movement. It does not represent a name of a location. I think the name, we have Gaza and then we have Judea and Samaria. Anybody who's there who might be like innocent and not part of the terrorist movement, they're the people of Gaza and the people residents of Judea and Samaria. Anybody, the name Palestine refers to a terrorist movement, and anybody that is Palestinian is either a terrorist or a terrorist sympathizer, and the Palestinian flag represents a terroristic movement. If you're not a terrorist and you live there, then just refer to yourself as a Gazan citizen resident or a resident of Judea and Samaria. If you call yourself Palestinian, you're affiliating yourself with a terrorist movement.
Here's a video from Switzerland.
Oh, nice.
I think you'll like this one. So in front of the disgraceful embassy of the Islamic Republic in Switzerland. Oh, look at this. So I think this is going to cheer us up. This will make us feel better. So guys, this is what I mean. Like our slogans about Iran are so positive and so uplifting. And like, even like our slogans are very poetic, right? So Armin, look at this. شهبانو مادر ماست، خورشید پرچم ماست، ما شیر پرچم هستیم، سرباز میهن هستیم.
Wow. That's so beautiful. Is that new?
That's new. I've never heard that before. That's so beautiful. Guys, I love being Iranian. Everything about Iran and our language. I'm telling you, it's just so poetic. It's so poetic. Okay, so basically, so the new slogan. So this is one of the new revolution slogans, right? So basically it says, the Shahbanu is our mother. So Shahbanu, that's our queen mother, the empress. So the Shahbanu is our mother. The sun is our flag. We are the lion of the flag, and we are soldiers of the homeland. Do you see, like, you know, our slogans are so beautiful and uplifting, right? Like our slogans are not about like, you know, Allahu Akbar, Jihad, Durka, right? Like we're not about globalizing the Intifada and that garbage nonsense, right?
Yeah, it's more beautiful, but guys, as it's so much more beautiful in Persian.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear? Why don't you read it in Persian?
شهبانو مادر ماست، خورشید پرچم ماست، ما شیر پرچم هستیم، سرباز میهن هستیم.
Oh, I love that. Yeah. I love that. Oh.
شهبانو مادر ماست، شهبانو مادر ماست، ما شیر پرچم هستیم، ما شیر پرچم هستیم ما شیر پرچم هستیم ما ملت کبیری ما ملت کبیری ما ملت کبیری ما ملت کبیری
Oh, I love
Goldie, the
this.
chant is actually better than we translated, because they didn't say, because we heard it now. So go back to the chant. The meaning slightly changed because they didn't say Khorshid Parcham Mas, they said Khorshide Parcham Mas. So they're saying the Shahbanu is the sun. They're saying the Shahbanu is the sun of our flag.
And we're the lion. Oh,
We are
I
the-
love that.
So they're saying our Queen Mother is the sun in our flag, and we are the lion of our flag.
Yeah, so guys, what they're saying, so you see the sun in our flag. So they're saying that our Queen Mother, she is the sun in our flag that's shining behind us and lighting us on our path, and we are the lions and we are soldiers of our homeland. That's so beautiful.
Yeah, the guys, the reasons why at first when we listened to it, we got the proper translation is because when you read it, you don't see the kasre, you don't see a vowel. So
Yeah.
we read it as Khorshid Parcham Mas, but when we heard it Khorshide Parcham Mas, which made it, we realized that the translation is that the Shahbanu, she is the sun in the flag.
I love this. Okay. Wait. Oh my gosh. I think we needed this after the jihadi savages.
شهبانو مادر ماست شهبانو مادر ماست ما شیر پرچم هستیم ما شیر پرچم هستیم ما شیر پرچم هستیم ما ملت کبیری ما ملت کبیری ما ملت کبیری
Wow.
The way I see it, the way I interpret this is that the people are the lion in the flag, and they're guarding, they're soldiers of the homeland, and the Shahbanu, our mother queen, she's the guiding light, and that's why she's the sun. So she lights the path, and we are fighting. We are the lions with the sword in our hand, and she's the guiding light as the sun in the flag. That's the way I like to interpret it.
And she's like shining down on us, guiding. Well, because she always says Nur bar tariki piruz ast dige.
Yes, exactly. And we have a princess called Noor as well. So it
I
all fits
know.
together.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Armin, I sent you a video that someone sent me. It's on Instagram, so I think you might have to download it.
Yeah.
But someone said that might be good to play. So while you're getting that, here, let me. Oh no. So this is Berlin, and they have Seper Baba at the beginning of the march.
Oh.
Oh man, that's
Sepeh
sad.
Baba Kojai. So guys, they're holding a sign saying Sepeh Baba Kojai. Remember the video I showed you, the father looking for his son, saying Sepeh, my son, where are you? So people are holding a sign saying Sepeh, my son, where are you? There was a video of a father looking among hundreds of dead bodies in body bags, looking for the body of his son, saying Sepeh, my son, where are you? Sepeh, crying, looking for his son. So people have turned that into a sign.
This is another video from Dusseldorf. Maybe Dusseldorf came out. Look at this.
Kundan.
واقعا
لاک
دمتون گرم بچه‌ها، واقعا دمتون گرم.
جمعیت خیره کننده امروز دوسلدورف آمار رسمی از تعداد جمعیت اعلام نشده ولی گفته میشه بالای 100,000 نفر امروز در بروکسل در دوسلدورف ببخشید به خیابون اومدن. بسیاری از همین افراد هم فردا در تجمع بروکسل حاضر خواهند شد.
So here they're saying Irani dad bezan, Shah to faryad bezan, which means Iranians call your Shah. Irani dad bezan, Shah to faryad. So Irani, call out loud, call for your Shah. Wow.
So I have the Instagram video that you wanted.
All right, let's go to that.
Okay, so do you want to give context or should I just play it?
I mean, you have the post, so you can read it. I guess I haven't looked at it, but someone just said I should send it to you to play.
Actually, let me read the caption then first. Let me bring it back up. Give me a second. Where is the caption? I hate Instagram.
I know.
Okay, so in 2024, I interviewed Palestine protesters in London, and this day I found 2 Islamists from anywhere but Iran pushing their caliphate in the streets of England, clearly paid operatives. So these are Bahraini people holding the Islamic Republic flag for some reason. Right?
كيف حالك؟ الحمد لله. من وينك؟
أنا من البحرين.
من بحرين? Yes. So why with the flag of Iran or the Islamic Republic of Iran?
Yeah, because basically without Iran, I believe there is no resistance and Palestinians will not survive until today.
So these are non-Iranian Arabs holding the flag of the Islamic Republic. And you're saying the reason is because they support the Palestinian cause.
So what does Iran do for the Palestinian resistance? That's what I want to know.
They support Iran. They support Iran. They support Palestine.
How?
Everything you want.
What page are you on?
Me, I'm just myself. I study geopolitics. I find it interesting. There's lots of different flags here, lots of people, different people coming from different directions supporting. Huh?
Yeah, the camera.
It's mine. It's my phone.
Yeah, I know,
Are you from Iran? Are you from Bahrain as well?
Okay, so somebody just showing that they're paid people by the Islamic Republic supporting the Islamic Republic, non-Iranians.
See how much they hate us? Do you see how much the non-Iranians hate us? They hate us. Like they would rather that we are murdered. They would rather that we are murdered if it supports their Palestinian jihadi Islamic terrorist 7th century Durka cause. I don't know. There you go. But that's okay because we are winning. And you know what? We're winning because we actually have United States and Israel and President Trump on our side. Oh, look at this. Another counter protest. ARMIN. Oh, the terrorists are becoming very scared.
Because their master is being toppled. all of the source of their funding is being toppled.
Look, look, look. Oh no, wait. Maybe I missaw. Okay, so maybe this isn't the one. Okay. This is
No,
Berlin.
this is all good. Yeah.
Huge. And they've got the German flag, of course. Already. Wow. That was fantastic. I just repost that. Okay, where's this? It was barely possible to see the end of the crowd. Iranians abroad, like the brave ones inside the country, have a clear demand: return of Pahlavi monarchy. This battle will grow fiercer every day and every week until the day of the king and the nation's victory. Oh, this is Brisbane. Okay, so we haven't seen this one. This is Brisbane, Australia. Oh, look, even in Brisbane, Australia, you can see the American flag. Look at that. Oh, I'm so proud of Iranians for doing that. دوستان هر جا که رفتین حتما اگه تونستین پرچم آمریکا رو با خودتون ببرین. خیلی مهمه. Wow, that was amazing. I really enjoyed that one. Oh, I gotta go through that one quick. Okay, where's this? Oh, this is Denmark, guys. Denmark. Okay. All the videos are coming out now. Look at this. Oh, wait.
Det som nu er tættest på jeres hjerte, hvordan det går dem derhjemme i Iran. Eller ord som far eller fader, Peter. Eller datter, doktor. Eller broder, baroda. De ord har vi til fælles. Det som nu...
Oh, I love that. Good job, Denmark. You guys are making us so proud. Oh, inja kojas. Did you already show this one, Armin?
No.
Oh, this is Milan. Okay.
Oh, different angle.
Okay. So because there's already a song overlaid on it, let me play our song. And the video's like, it's like, you can tell the video's like sped up, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
The video's like at like twice speed or something.
American flag, Israel flag.
Wow. That was Milan. Oh my gosh, amazing. Armin, I'm kind of getting FOMO a little bit because like all these like
Oh.
amazing demonstrations are happening. Oh,
What is that?
Neo, you never see anyone do this embarrassing nonsense for Iran because unlike Gaza, Iran is not a fake theater genocide. That's true. So someone's apparently weaving collective light for Palestine. Okay, so I'm just gonna put it up there right now. If anyone wants to like do this for Iran, please don't. Like we don't want
Stop.
allies like this. Like just no. You can, yeah. We don't want allies like this. No. We're good. We're dealing with the real slaughter and massacre. We don't want to deal with that. Oh, here's another one from Switzerland. Bern, Switzerland. Okay, so let's look at this one. Oh, that's the music, Armin.
Oh yeah, it's your music.
They're playing it at the event. But they were playing it themselves, guys. So you do recognize that music? That's Drum Guy. Remember Drum Guy? So now people are playing that music at their pro-Iran rallies and demonstrations. Love that. Okay, this is another one from Milan. I don't know if we've shared this one. Here we go. Let me just play this one really quickly. Oh, we have a nice super chat from Kelly. So Kelly's mind says, difference between US Gen Z and Iran's Gen Z. US Gen Z are useful idiots and Iran's Gen Z are heroes. Thank you. You know, I think the difference is that Iranian Gen Z are living under real oppression, and so they're true freedom fighters. And I think the Gen Z in not just US but also in Canada and some other places, because they already have all of the freedoms, it's almost as if like they're looking for something. They're looking for a cause, right? They're looking for a cause so that they can feel some sort of purpose or connectivity. I think that's what it is. But yeah, like I don't want to put anyone down, but I mean, we are very, very proud of our Gen Z because they're literally risking their lives and they're being slaughtered on the fight for freedom because we know what true oppression is. But thank you for the kind words. Oh yeah, there's the Javid Chauvin again. What's he saying there? Oh, thank you, David, for at least putting that out there. Oh yeah, wait, let me read the community note here. Yes. اومده میگه ایرانی‌ها مسلمونن. بعد نوشته ایرانی‌ها مسلمونن، بعد زیر پستش نوشتم یعنی چی؟ اصلا این حرف درست نیست. This is like, it's like the same as relying on like Gaza Ministry of Health. And then I shared the article with like showing like 66% of mosques have been shut down. And then برمیگرده به میگه okay, but do you have a reliable source? And I'm like, okay, what do I show? Anyways, okay, you already showed that one. We've already shown that one. That one there. Oh, I was looking for this photo. I need to download this photo. Sorry, give me one moment. Armin, any videos or images on your end?
No, I shared everything I have, and I just want to thank Nail Bunny and Susanna because among the non-Iranians who have really participated in this revolution. I mean, I've already thanked all the Iranians who have been helping us and Iranians. I mean, the Iranians inside Iran. I don't need to talk about what they have done, but among the people who have really been participating in the protests, Neil Bunny in our chat, like Neil Bunny, one of our greatest members of our community, and also Susanna. They have been going from they've been supporting the protests and been involved. I just want to encourage more non-Iranians to participate. So just wanted to do a shout out to them.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you to everyone. Armin, I don't think there's really much more news. I mean, I'm going to be monitoring the news for a little bit longer, but if you want to call it a night, you can, because I know you've been super busy. What I'm going to do is I want to replay the press conference that King Reza Pahlavi had a few days ago, because I think that's really important, and that gives a lot of context and info for what's going on. And I don't know. I'm just going to keep an eye on the news, and I don't know. Let's see what happens. But
all right, message me if something big happens. I'm going to go and talk to my team to see if we need to do any shows on the Persian side.
And take a break. Spend some time with your wife.
Okay. She's been very understanding, though.
I know. I owe her like a very, very expensive bottle of like champagne.
Okay. Thank you.
So as a thank you or something. So there you go.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Maybe not. Never mind. I'll talk to you about that later. But thank you.
Sure. Sounds good. Okay. But if something happens, I will let you know. The night is young. It feels later than it is, but it's only 6:30 where I am. So there we go. All right.
Okay.
All right, Armin.
All right. See you guys.
Thank you so much. All right. Take care.
Amajal Khai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran.
There we go. Good night. Okay, guys. So I want to play this because this is probably one of the most, if not the most important press conferences that His Royal Highness held. And he held this press conference last week, 8 days ago. 8 days ago. We only played it once, but this is really important because he goes through everything. He answers all the questions. But more than that, 8 days ago, he said that the Islamic regime is illegitimate and it's an occupying force. And so by saying that the Islamic regime is illegitimate and an occupying force, King Reza Pahlavi essentially laid the framework and the groundwork for overthrowing the Islamic regime, and also basically gave United States and Israel the clear to go and attack the Islamic dictatorship, right? Because now, moving forward, any attack coming from the Islamic regime, any attack coming from United States or Israel, it's no longer going after Iran, it's going after an illegal occupation, right? So let's just watch this, and I'm going to be here in the background.
Undeniable. The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile, occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children, Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like those other tyrannies, the Islamic Republic will fall, not if, but when. The world must hear this clearly. The battle in Iran today is not between reform and revolution. It is between occupation and liberation. And the Iranian people have already chosen their side. Their heads are bloodied, but unbowed. Yet the cost has been heartbreaking. The people of Iran are being slaughtered in the streets and in their homes by a regime that shows no mercy. More than 12,000 Iranians were massacred in 48 hours. One murder every 14 seconds. Khamenei's killers even hunted the wounded protesters in hospitals and executed them in cold blood. The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. And where a family cannot pay up to several thousand dollars, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies, but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation. When Saddam Hussein invaded Iraq, I volunteered as a fighter pilot to defend my country against his invasion. Today, as my compatriots call on me for leadership, I reaffirm my lifelong pledge by stepping in to lead the movement that will take back our country from the anti-Iranian hostile force that occupies it and kills its children. I will return to Iran. I am uniquely positioned to ensure a stable transition. That's not my opinion. That's the verdict delivered loudly and clearly by the people in the face of bullets. Large sections of the army and security forces have already refused to participate in the killing of civilians. They have whispered their loyalty to me. Tens of thousands have already signaled their readiness to defect, and this process has been underway for months. What's clear is both the public and members of the military see me as a national figure who can unite all opposition forces from every background, ethnicity, Republican and monarchist, right, left, and everything in between. I have a comprehensive plan for an orderly transition, which is ready to be implemented immediately. The Iranian people are taking decisive actions on the ground. It is now time for the international community to join them fully. Today, I ask the world to do 6 things. First, protect the Iranian people by degrading the regime's repressive capacity, including targeting the Islamic Revolutionary Guard leadership and its command and control infrastructure. Second, deliver and sustain maximum economic pressure on the regime, block their assets worldwide, target and dismantle their fleet of ghost tankers. Third, break through the regime's information blockade by enabling unrestricted internet access. deploy Starlink and other secure communications tools widely across Iran, and conduct cyber operations to disable the regime's ability to shut down the internet. Fourth, hold the regime accountable by expelling its diplomats from your capitals and pursue legal enforcement actions against those responsible for crimes against humanity. Fifth, demand the immediate release of all political prisoners. Sixth, prepare for a democratic transition in Iran by committing to recognize a legitimate transitional government when the moment comes. Supporting the Iranian people is not an act of charity, nor is it unwarranted interference. Global stability itself depends on the removal of this regime. Its 47 years of exported terror, nuclear threats, and regional chaos must end. This does not require putting boots on the ground. The Iranian people boots are already on the ground. They are the ones marching, sacrificing, and fighting for their freedom every single day. What they need from the world is resolute, targeted support to protect lives, amplify their voices, and hasten the collapse that is already underway. But let me be clear, with or without the world's help, the regime will fall. It will fall sooner, and more lives will be saved if the world turns its words into action. A free, democratic Iran will not be a source of endless crisis. It will be a pillar of peace, partnership, and prosperity for the Middle East and beyond. The choice is clear. Stand with the people now, or watch the cycle of instability continue. As I have said to my compatriots, the noble and courageous people of Iran, particularly the young generation, I speak directly to you. Know that you have commanded the world's attention and admiration. History itself stands in awe of your bravery and your sacrifices. You are the immortal guard of Iran. Continue the fight as you have done so far. Do not allow this regime to create the illusion that life is normal. After all the massacres, there is a sea of blood between us and the regime. The regime, through severe repression, killing, and cutting off communications, is trying to instill fear and terror in you and to make you despair of continuing the movement and struggle. But know that because of your steadfastness and fight, thousands of military and security forces have not gone to work so as not to participate in the repression. Save the name of all these criminals. They will be prosecuted for what they have done. Yet justice alone will not heal all the wounds, but it will open the door to healing and a national rebirth. As for the day after our victory, I have a clear plan for the transition to democracy. Millions of Iranians inside and outside Iran are united around these four core principles: Iran's territorial integrity, separation of religion and state, individual liberties and equality of all citizens, and the Iranian people's right to decide a democratic form of government. The end of the regime will mark the rebirth of one of the most accomplished civilizations in history for the future of Iran and its people. Iran is blessed with extraordinary human talent and vast natural resources. Our people are highly educated, producing one of the highest numbers of engineers in the world, with around 70% women. Today, the corrupt regime wastes these gifts. In a free Iran, our resources and ingenuity will drive prosperity at home and strengthen global supply chains, including America's. A free Iran will be a game changer for peace in the Middle East and for Iran's relations with the United States and the West. The Iranian people love America and hate this regime. After its collapse, instead of death to America, the world will find a nation that embraces America as a true friend. President Trump brokered the Abraham Accords, bringing peace between Arab nations and Israel. I see extending this idea to a free Iran through what we could call the Cyrus Accords, honoring our ancient heritage of tolerance and partnership. The possibilities are endless. There will be a peaceful, stable, and orderly transition. My team of experts have developed a plan for the first 100 days after the regime's collapse and the long-term reconstruction and stabilization of our country. It is backed by business leaders and provides a detailed roadmap for national recovery. Restoring economic confidence, ensuring that essential services continue uninterrupted, and laying the foundation for prosperity in a free Iran. A constitutional process will follow under international observation, allowing Iranians to finally determine their own destiny through free and fair elections. A free and democratic Iran that emerges will live at peace with our neighbors. It will be an engine of growth and opportunity in the region and the world. There are moments in history where the moral imperative for action is so strong that the weight of inaction becomes unbearable. This is one of those moments. The people of Iran have risen to reclaim their country. History will honor those who stand with them. Long live Iran. Thank you.
Some people have asked in advance. I'm going to call to names and also from the audience, don't worry. And the Princess of Flavi will reply to them. I'm going to call firstly Ardavan, who's first from Iran International.
Michael, everyone from Iran. This moment, we have videos of the purchase of the right one of the show that I'm asking in Farsi. امروز در پایتخت درست عین همین جمعه مرحوم میلیون‌ها نفر در خیابان با پیام شما مسیر این در واقع اعتراضات به انقلاب تبدیل شد و حالا این مردم در حال مبارزه هستند. با امید شما و رهبری سوال من در این لحظه اینه: شما چه چیزی برای گفتن در این لحظه به ایرانیانی دارید که در حال مبارزه هستند؟
دیدیم که همیهنانمون با شهامت و شجاعت و با اتحاد و جمعیت میلیونی در خیابانها باعث عقب نشینی نظام شدند، به حالی که رژیم مجبور شد دست به سرکوب وحشتناکی بزنه و اون هم با استفاده از عوامل بیشتر خارجی تا عوامل خودش که خیلی حاضر نشدن برای سرکوب سر کار بروند. این نمونه و علامتی است از قدرت مردم و ضعف نظام. البته ما اکنون مواجه با شرایطی هستیم که نیاز به کمک هم داریم و برای همین هست که من به جامعه بین‌المللی هشدار میدهم که اگه بخواید جلوی جنایت بیشتری رو بگیرید، اگه بخواید جان کمتر افراد از بین برود و این حکومت زودتر سقوط کند به نفع آزاد شدن مردم ایران، بهتر است که سکوت را جایگزین عمل بکنید و فراتر از صحبت و سخن عملاً از این مردم حمایت بکنید که یک فرصت واقعی برای پیروزی نهایی داشته باشند.
mics, you can bring it.
Crown Prince, can I ask? You spoke about.
Can you introduce yourself? Excuse me, sir. Can you just introduce yourself?
James Matthews. Thank you. You spoke about undeniable truth. It's also an undeniable truth that when your father ran the country, there were executions, there was torture, there was secret police. What would you say to Iranians today who are concerned that under your leadership, they would be swapping one dictator for another?
First of all, I let historians write history. I'm here to make history, not to write it. Second, you hear the Iranian people standing behind me and calling my name. This doesn't occur incidentally. They have known my track record. They know my unwavering commitment to democracy and human rights. This has been my position the day I started and remains my position to this day. They know they can trust me because they've never seen me waver from this. And ultimately, what I'm trying to make sure is the final element that will prove to the Iranians that are in full control of their own destiny, is to turn power back to them, a power that has been taken away from them by this regime, which we are fighting today. That's my commitment, and they can trust me on that.
Bloomberg. No, I've called Bloomberg, please. Is a gentleman or lady from Bloomberg? No? They asked a question. No, Reuters, please. Oh, there's a microphone just coming.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Riley Johnson from Bloomberg. Are you having any further conversations with Witkoff or the Trump administration?
Look, these are sensitive times, and I'm not going to discuss details of who I'm meeting with and what has been discussed. What I can tell you, however, is that there's strong support for the Iranian people, and I believe that President Trump is a man of his word, and ultimately he will stand with the Iranian people, as he has said.
Lady from DW.
Thank you very much. I'm with Deutsche Welle, Germany's international broadcaster. Thank you so much. I have two questions. We saw a slide there saying Donald Trump help. What exactly does this mean? What do you hope Donald Trump to do? And my second question is regarding Europe and especially Germany. What do you hope for Europe does to support your cause? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Well, clearly, President Trump did say that if the regime was to hit the Iranian people hard, they would face with serious consequences. The Iranian people have taken his word as a man of his words, as I said. They know that unlike his predecessors that threw us under the bus one time, this president is not about to do the same thing. And that's very encouraging and empowering. Number two, you asked me about European countries. Look, we already are past the point of whether you should subscribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization or not. And frankly, I'm flabbergasted that there are still some countries that are not willing to take the next step, as if they are supposed to worry about how the regime would retaliate. This regime is on its last leg. It's about to collapse. And I think the world, especially the democratic free world, that champions freedom and human rights and equality of citizens, at the face of this regime brutal repression, should act now. I called for them to start acting as opposed to talking. We need your help. We need your action. We need to take all the steps that I've indicated in my opening remarks, all those 6 elements. Anything that can be done in that direction is a moral boost, and beyond moral boost, an actual act of support for a defense-led society and civilians that, as you can see, have been treated in the worst possible way. And the only hope they have is that their fight for freedom, their sacrifices, will be less loss of life based on your action to expedite this regime's collapse. That's what the Iranian people are expecting from you. And let me reiterate, as I said again, we're not waiting for you to act to continue our fight. We are. But imagine how much more we can protect more innocent lives from dying by acting and helping us today. These are critical moments that are game changers, not just for us Iranians, but for the whole world. This is what we need from you, so help us.
Reuters. Microphone over here, please.
Thank you. Humaira Pamuk from Reuters. In an interview a couple of days ago, President Trump actually expressed some doubts about your support inside Iran. How are you planning to win him over, convince him that you do have the support that you say you do? Also, you're talking about thousands of potential defectors, but the IRGC and other forces have hundreds of thousands. So how are you going to assert your control over this establishment? And are you anytime soon going to meet with President Trump? Are you making an active effort? Thank you.
President Trump has said that it's up to the Iranian people to decide. And I totally agree. I've always said it's for the Iranian people to decide. And I think the Iranian people have already demonstrated in great numbers who it is that they want them to lead to this transition. So I'm confident that I have the support of my compatriot, and it's for the international leaders to assess the fact on the grounds and see who is capable of doing that. I believe I can, and I have the Iranian people's support. And of course, if anybody in the world is willing to help the Iranian people achieve that goal, that's what I'm trying to do, to help them liberate themselves and attract as much support as I can internationally to be behind the Iranian people this time and on the right side of history. Now, as far as the defection goes, this campaign has started months ago. We started this, in fact, I announced it in another press conference I had in Paris a few months ago. Some of you might have heard about it. At which point we established a system whereby people who want to defect or want to access us or want to indicate their interest to join with us have a secure means of communicating their intentions to us. Since then, tens of thousands have applied. Many of them are from the security forces in Iran, police force, military, IRGC, and we are vetting them as we're speaking. And the mechanism for defection does exist, but most importantly, is the principle of having an exit strategy. And on that, I've said, anyone whose hand is not soiled in the blood of the Iranian people will survive regime change. We're not talking about de-Baathification. We're not talking about the disaster of post-Saddam Hussein, post-Gaddafi collapse. We're not going to have a failed state. And for me to be able to guide a smooth transition, I'm counting on security forces to be the element that keeps the country secure, protects people's lives and their livelihood, and be part of the solution. As a result, we have already seen people indicating their cooperation. We have already seen elements that refuse to be used as an instrument of repression, which is why the regime is now, as we speak, importing elements from outside the country to be the instrument of repression, as they're running out of their own forces to do that for them inside Iran. And all of this is the indication of the beginning of that collapse. Hopefully, by more support from the outside world, by a determined strike on the regime's elements that are the instrument of repression, as I stated in my opening remarks, in my opinion, that will expedite the process and will also increase the number of defections to be more rapid, so that we are not faced with remnants and pockets of resistance as much as possible. There's never going to be 100% defection, but there comes a point where the regime sees it's futile, and hopefully by then Khamenei will be joining Bashar in Moscow and will be rid of him.
This gentleman here.
So good morning, thank you. Ben Leo from GB News in London. In London, sir, in England, we have Iranian sleeper cells on their way to the Israeli embassy accused of trying to blow up the embassy. We have a former Iranian government minister living in North London, living in a council house actually, who supported the fatwa on Salman Rushdie, praised Soleimani, so on and so on. Why is it in Britain's interests, and indeed the West, for this Islamic regime to fall, please?
Look, I'm sorry, could you repeat? I want to make sure I understood your question. Could you repeat it, please?
We have lots of Iranian sleeper cells and activity in London.
Right.
3 people were arrested trying to blow up the Israeli embassy. Some months ago, there's a former government minister living in North London who supported Soleimani, backs the fatwa on Rushdie. We have lots of Iranian activity in the UK connected with the regime here in Iran, sorry. Why is it in Britain's interests and the West's for this regime to fall?
Right. Well, I'm glad you asked the question, because in fact, one of the topics that I raised in some discussions I had the last time I was in London with former prime ministers was exactly to explain to them the mapping of every instrument that the regime is using under Khamenei's direct supervision through so-called centers, through which they antagonize British citizens and, of course, many of those sleeper cells that you indicated. It doesn't stop in England, by the way. They are in America as well. So we're trying to explain to various governments the whole methodology that the regime is using with assets they have on the ground in respective countries, not to mention money laundering that goes on in many countries, including in Great Britain. So there are many ways that they can push back against that and protect not only the citizenry of whether it's Great Britain or America, but in what way it connects to why we need to do that ultimately by putting an end to the regime. And one thing that is now becoming even more clear, and the fact that the regime could be threatening the world as a last gasp, we should not allow this regime to catch a second wind and be able to do further damage, which is why the strike is not just needed to help the Iranian people overcome this unfair disadvantage, but it's also one way to completely dismantle the regime's aspect of threatening and cut off the chain of income that it uses to fund all of these operations, including the sleeper cells, which is why I'm also calling for any means to cut off the lifeline to the regime, which is its revenue from whether it's oil exports or whatever other means of income that they have. We need to dry the well that funds terrorism once and for all against the Iranian people and the world.
So, hello, Dan Rivers from ITV News in the UK. 2 US aircraft carriers are heading, we understand, to the Gulf, and Donald Trump has said help is on its way, but they may take up to 10 days to get there, and meanwhile more and more people are dying. Are you losing faith in President Trump?
I believe the president is a man of his word, as I said before. How many days it might take, who knows? Hopefully sooner than later. But as I said before, regardless of whether action is taken or not, we as Iranians have no choice to carry on the fight. We're halfway across the river. There's no turning back. We will continue. The quicker the action happens, the more lives can be saved, and the sooner we can see the regime's collapse. So timing is, of course, important. And I would still believe in the president's commitment that help is on the way.
But does he need to do something today, tomorrow, to help your fellow countrymen?
Well, I'm not the president's advisor. All I can say that Iranians are, of course, right now as we speak, witnessing the kind of massacre that has been unprecedented in human history. And this is why the urgency becomes quite clear. The timing, I leave it to the experts to decide. All I can say is the sooner the better.
Okay, I'm going to call now Ben Amini from Manitou. Microphone over here, please.
Sorry, there's too much bright light. I can't see who is where. Okay, now I see you.
Thank you. Thank you. علا از نخستین من بهنام امینی هستم از تلویزیون منوتو. از نخستین روزهای انقلاب ملت ایران منوتو گزارش‌های متعددی از شهروندان دریافت کرد مبنی بر اینکه بخشی از نیروهای سرکوب در خیابان‌ها ایرانی نیستند. این موضوع گمانه‌زنی‌هایی درباره حضور شبه نظامیان خارجی به ویژه از عراق و لبنان را ایجاد کرده. موضوعی که امروز با گزارش رسانه‌های بین‌المللی درباره ورود دست کم 5000 نیروی مزدور از عراق برای سرکوب مردم ایران جدی‌تر شده. شما به عنوان رهبر انقلاب ملت ایران این گزارش‌ها را چطور ارزیابی می‌کنید و حضور اونها نشانه چیست؟ سپاسگزارم.
ببین این دقیقاً علامتی است از ضعف نظام به مفهوم اینکه حتی عوامل خودی به اندازه کافی نداره برای سرکوب مردم و مجبور میشه از بیرون عوامل خارجی رو وارد بکنه. اگه این نظام امکاناتش رو داشت
He's going to translate. Sorry. He's going to translate his answer in English. Just let him finish the Farsi and then he'll translate in English what he's saying.
این نشانه ضعفشونه و یأسشونه. البته توحششون مشهوده. چون میدونن که به آخرین طریق ممکن میخوان در مردم ایجاد تردید و ترس بکنن. فکر کنم مردم ایران بر این ترس غلبه کردن. اما وقتی که میبینیم این نظام دست به این کار میشه اینجاست که جامعه بین‌المللی باید متوجه بشه که این نظام حتی حاضر عواملی از خارج بیاره بر سرکوب مردم خودش و تا این حد بقیه هست. به هر حال من فکر کنم که دنیا امروز تصمیم گرفته برای عکس‌العمل نشان دادن و به زودی شواهدش رو خواهیم دید. A quick translation for those of you who don't speak Farsi. the question related to the regimes importing foreign elements into Iran to use as a mechanism of repression. And I said that this is a clear indication of the regime's weakness, that it cannot even count on its own forces to do the dirty job, and it has to resort to bring people from the outside. But reason more for the world to realize that as this desperation act of the regime to try to brutalize its own people as a last gasp effort cannot be left unanswered, which is why we're calling for the world to help us out.
Thank you. AFP, please.
Thank you very much. Sean Tandon with AFP. Nice to see you. Could I follow up? The momentum, you mentioned that that's in the hands of Iranians, but at what point is it too late for the intervention that you're talking about from President Trump? Could there be the sense that he's talked for over 10 days about help is on the way? Is there a sense that that could actually weaken the momentum? And specifically, you said at the beginning that, that there should be targeting of the Revolutionary Guards. Do you mean necessarily military strikes? How should the Revolutionary Guards be targeted? Thanks.
Okay. It's never too late. Any fight for freedom doesn't have a deadline. Some of you reporters have deadlines to make your reports, but this fight doesn't have deadline. We will fight until we win. That is the national will of the Iranian people.
To the person who's telling me to cover the PBD interview, I'm not going to cover PBD because PBD is trash. And if you mention it again and you spam the chat, I'm just going to block you. I don't tell me what to cover. I'm not going to cover garbage news. No one in Iran knows or cares who PBD is. So stop bringing it up because it's irrelevant to the Iranian national revolution.
We are all going to fight until we win. The only question is, what are the elements that can expedite it? And the immediate issue remains, what will hurt the regime most by dismantling its apparatus of state terror and repression? A lot of it are the regime's military paramilitary assets, mostly IRGC targets. So I'm calling for a surgical strike on those means. And I think it should be quite obvious to any of you. How do you weaken a regime's first and foremost means of instituting terror at home or terrorism abroad? And all ties, the targets are quite obvious. You're not going to hit a factory or a school or a hospital. Clearly, it's obvious what the targets should be. And the regime knows it. And that's exactly what those who have to decide how to decide what should be the legitimate targets will decide upon it. I think the Iranian people naturally say the people who hurt us the most should be the first one to be targeted. And I think that it should be quite obvious what should be done, in my opinion.
CBS. CBS here. Newsmax.
Good morning, sir. President Trump, up to this point, as we know, has decided not to take military action up to this point. He recently said that the killing has stopped, the planned executions have been halted. Is it your belief that American intervention, specifically military intervention, is necessary for this current movement today to be successful?
As I said in my opening remarks, the Iranian people are defenseless on the streets, unarmed against a regime that is unleashing on them with military weapons, AK-47s, assault cars, trying to rip them apart. And these are the odds that are not fair for a nation that is trying to overcome a regime by means of protesting peacefully on the streets. So the only way you can equalize the playing field is to help them have a better chance by weakening the regime's apparatus of repression. And these are mostly paramilitary institutions such as the IRGC. The IRGC has been the main instrument of the regime's repression at home and terror abroad. So clearly, any strike on those entities will facilitate our task, will prevent more loss of lives, and will weaken the regime to a point that resistance will be futile. And we will try to encourage the regime's top echelon to ultimately depart, and the rest of society will know the regime is now totally crumbling, and we are prepared to collect the rest of them that will then rally around the people and stand with them, and hopefully we can enter the phase of transition. This is pretty much the scenario I see unfolding, but right now, The decision is in the process of being made. I'm not going to speculate where it is right now. I'm not going to go follow every headlines that the news says in any news cycle. There's a lot that is happening and it's unfolding, and I'd rather not speculate. All I say is that if action happens, great. If it doesn't, we will still fight. The difference is it will be longer, costlier to us as a nation, more loss of life. And if the world does care about Iranian loss of life, then they better act and equalize the playing field for us so we'll have a better chance to succeed with less casualties and less deaths in the process.
Thank you. Robert Tate from The Guardian. Mr. Pahlavi, you have said you have a detailed plan to lead the transition when the regime falls. Does that include establishing a constitutional monarchy on the basis of the one your father was head of? Or do you foresee yourself as merely a transitional or temporary figure? And if so, how would that differ from the vow of Ayatollah Khomeini in 1979, who said at the time of the revolution that he would simply be a transitional figure who would return to home and would retire from active politics only to set up a repressive theocracy? I mean, can you give a pledge that you would not be a second Ayatollah Khomeini?
I invite all of you after this press conference, and I have some of our experts available to you to explain all of this process in more details. One of the projects that I started a few years ago is called IPP, Iran Prosperity Project. This project is meant to address all of the issues, beginning with the first 100 days of how to manage the transition and stabilize the country. Short midterm range, anywhere between 6 months to 2 years of the rest of the normalization phase, and ultimately Iran's development down the line. Many documents have been generated with the help of legal experts, economists, and others to explain the chronology of events. But in relationship to your question, the way we have proposed the process to go is that the minute the regime collapses, the transitional government takes control. It works towards working in a process where we have its own judiciary branch, executive branch, legislative branch, and temporary parliament to oversee the elections of ultimately a national assembly. By first allowing the Iranian people, after about 4 months' time and many other debates, what is the form they would like to have as a future system of governance by means of referendum. Whatever the majority of the Iranian people decide, the representative in the Constitutional Assembly will be tasked with the responsibility to draft the constitution of this next system and present that constitutional project to the nation. The nation will have the opportunity to either ratify that proposed constitution, or if not, send it back to that Constitutional Assembly to rewrite it whatever way is fitted, again submit it to a secondary referendum. If in the second referendum there's still no consensus in majority, that Constitutional Assembly would dissolve. A new Constitutional Assembly will be created, and the process will again occur until finally we have a ratified proposed constitutional project. Once that happens, the first parliament of this new democracy will be elected, and the first government of that new system will be elected. If it's a republic, the president will be elected. If it's a monarchy, the prime minister will be elected. At that time, the transitional government dissolves itself and passes over and hands over the responsibility and the authority to the newly elected government based on that new constitution. This is the process from beginning to end. My role in all this is to lead this transition, help with the transitional structure, bring in all the elements that check all the boxes, because the country has to function. Day one, somebody has to pick up the trash. The train has to run on time. Basic services have to be provided. And at this stage, what we are inviting to have the quickest, smoothest transition, the maximum participation, on the one hand, of the military and paramilitary forces to play their role, and the civil society and the bureaucracy to be also in place to be able to address these things. So the majority of these instruments are already in place. And again, against the model of debathification, We count on the majority of these people to remain in their jobs. We want to make sure that the world can help us so the transitional government can pay salaries so people can maintain their jobs and do all of that. All of these things have been studied and explained in details. And as I said, I invite you to study those, this I don't know, I think at least 170 pages of it. And as I said, we have our experts here who can further in detail explain to all of you what is it exactly that we propose. But in a nutshell, this is what we're doing, and this is the process you can expect and anticipate.
Thank you. On BFM.
My name is Antoine Hollard with BFM TV, French television. In France, the government has been criticized for being too soft by saying that the regime is too brutal. What is your message to the president of France, and what do you expect from him to put pressure on the regime? Thank you.
Again, I think the more we have solidarity from the international community, and France is a very important country. The relationship that France has had with Iran goes back centuries. I know many French people. I know their sympathy and their appreciation and love of Iranian culture and whatever it is that we stand for. And we had very good relationships in the past. The question is, what is the behavior of this regime? Does it adhere in any simple way to the very principles that France stands for: égalité, fraternité, liberté, laïcité, all those main principles that we're fighting for? So as a president of a democratic, secular, laic nation, and as I said, one of the top principles is separation of church and state, I think the message should be clear, that the French people and its government stand on the side of people who seek the same liberties, the same human rights, the same freedom of religions, and the same protection of equality of citizens under the law that the French people enjoy in France. And we would like, as Iranians, to have it in Iran. So this is an important message. Are we continuing to go and appease a regime that is murdering its own people? Or is it time to abandon that path and now stand with the Iranian people and help them in their liberation? It's a very simple choice to make. And I advise the French president, if I may, to heed the call of millions of Iranians who turn towards the free world and say, what says you? Are you with us? And I hope the French president will say at the end of the day that he stands with the Iranian people.
Just a follow-up in French. Est-ce que vous avez été déçu par la réponse d'Emmanuel Macron, qui a été assez molle, entre guillemets, face à la répression brutale du régime?
Écoutez, comme je vous l'ai dit, c'est un crime contre l'humanité qui se passe en Iran actuellement. Ça dépasse toutes les limites de tolérance possible, ou de vouloir dire qu'on veut garder une ligne de communication pour des raisons de négociation diplomatique, etc. Je pense qu'on a déjà dépassé ce cap. Il ne reste qu'une seule solution. Éviter un massacre, éviter un bain de sang, éviter qu'un pays qui peut être un élément de stabilité, dans l'intérêt stratégique de l'Occident, une fois débarrassé de ce régime, mettra fin non seulement à la misère et la répression chez nous, mais en même temps profitera à ce que le monde puisse enfin respirer, soulagé, d'avoir pas un problème d'avoir encore à abriter d'autres réfugiés qui doivent venir sur le territoire européen déjà saturé, plus dans l'intérêt économique de ce pays, un pays qui peut vous fournir pendant des décennies au niveau énergique le nécessaire pour n'avoir pas à faire face à un blackmail chaque hiver par la Russie, par exemple, et l'Iran peut s'apprêter à ça. La question, c'est quel Iran? Je pense que le choix est évident. Donc, je pense que l'administration, que ce soit Emmanuel Macron ou d'autres chefs d'État européens, doivent regarder aujourd'hui quel est ultérieurement le meilleur intérêt de leur pays. Est-ce qu'un Iran libre sera mieux placé pour satisfaire leurs intérêts ou ce régime sanguinaire et terroriste? Simple question. Ce n'est pas à moi de répondre. Je vous dis tout simplement l'attente des Iraniens. Maintenant, c'est au président français ou d'autres leaders de décider finalement où est-ce qu'ils se placent.
Guys, our Shah is very educated. He's very, very educated. I mean, he he's a king. He's literally had he's had the best education he probably could have. Guys, the Ayatollah couldn't even speak Persian. The Ayatollah Khabar Margish couldn't even speak Persian, let alone any other language. Our Shah literally, yeah, fluent English, fluent Persian, fluent French. Yeah, he's also, he's also a trained military fighter pilot. Trained military fighter pilot. There you go. My French isn't as good as his, though. My French isn't as good as his. His French is very, very fluent, but yeah.
The lady.
Like he's incredibly educated, well-spoken. He's a leader. He's a leader. Yes, he's 100% a leader. Yep. And we Iranians, we are so blessed to have him as a leader. He also plays the drums. So he's a drummer. Guys, he's also a drummer. Don't forget. Yeah, he's a drummer. He loves rock and playing the drums. So yeah. He's a true leader. He's a true leader. And this is why everyone is what? No, I'm not a trained fighter pilot. No, so definitely not. Definitely not. I don't have that quality. But he's a leader, very intelligent, very well spoken, very educated. Plays the drums as well. So yeah, he's got it all. And guys, so this is why the Islamic regime has basically they've activated their entire propaganda machine around the world, not only to attack King Reza Pahlavi, but also to attack anyone who supports him, right? Because they are trying desperately to delegitimize our movement, and they're trying desperately to delegitimize the authority of King Reza Pahlavi to lead us, right? And that's why they're attacking all of us, because they know, they're very, very afraid of him, right? So guys, the more that he is attacked, the more that I'm attacked, the more that Armin's attacked, the more that Iranians are attacked, that just goes to show how desperate the Islamic regime is, right? They're very, very afraid, because they know that their end is near, their end is here, and they're terrified. They're terrified. So that's why we're moving forward. And guys, this is why millions of Iranians in occupied Iran and around the world are calling for his name, right? All right, let's continue.
Here. Would you just get a microphone?
Thanks, Michelle Kellerman with NPR. You mentioned that you wanted to see the Ayatollah in exile in Moscow, but the Russians are providing political cover for the Iranians at the UN. Today, Putin called Netanyahu to, present himself as a peacemaker. What do you think the Russians are doing? Do you think Trump could believe the Russians in this case?
Once the dust settles, as far as the Iranian people are concerned, and how in this game of geopolitics, things sometimes unfold in one direction or the other, even Moscow is considering, what if this regime is no longer there? Then what? The Chinese are doing the same. They've been very quiet lately, not taking any position. So I'd rather not speculate, but simply say that a stable Iran, a strong Iran, a democratic Iran will not be antagonistic to anyone's interest, including Russia and China. What we want as Iranians is a fair deal. We don't want to be taken advantage of in lopsided, unfair, deals that is against the national interest of Iran simply because a corrupt regime and weak is offering concessions left and right. We want to have a fair relationship with everyone. It's a normal interest for us to look towards the West, primarily because we are focused on democratic free nations to partner with in alliance and cooperation. And of course, our immediate neighborhood, which is why it is crucial for the world to understand that a different Iran will be committed to cordial relations with our immediate neighbors, with Israel, with the Saudis, and the rest of them in the Arab world, and the rest of the countries in our immediate neighborhood. And that extends to everybody else, provided, of course, that we as a sovereign nation are able to protect our liberties and our rights. And we'll deal accordingly and reciprocally with anybody respecting that, based on mutual respect. That's the end of the subject. So whatever we see now happening depends on the clarity of the ultimate outcome. The more the Iranian people are empowered, the more we can then tell the world, we as Iranians, unlike this regime, are committed to peace, are committed to stability, are committed to improve the lives of people by means of trade, commerce, cooperation, and everything else that this regime has taken away from us. Iran today should have been the next South Korea of the Middle East. Iran at the time had 5 times the GDP of South Korea. Today we have become North Korea. Not because we don't have the human resources, not because we don't have the natural resources, but because we have a governance that doesn't give a damn about the people and the livelihood, that have exploited our nation and its resources, that has impoverished our nation while funding radical extremist terrorist groups and proxies in the region and beyond, have outstretched their arms all the way to Latin America, and are still standing there only because the delay in their collapse was a result of appeasement. The game changer is enough is enough. The game changer is these people deserve better. And they have proven that unlike this regime that hates the Western world in particular, and particularly the United States, that wants to wipe off a country off the map of the world, we as Iranians are committed to a different future. I went to Israel 2 years ago to show that we are the descendants of Cyrus the Great, who 25 centuries ago helped Jewish slaves be freed from the Babylonian government, helped them rebuild the temple in Jerusalem, a country that in the Second World War period gave refuge to Jews escaping the tyranny of Hitler, a country that, unlike this regime, wants to have cordial relationship with the state of Israel and the rest of our neighbors, a country that holds high in our principles and values the first Declaration of Human Rights that Cyrus the Great provided, that was inspiring people like Thomas Jefferson and was encoded into the American Bill of Rights and Constitution or Declaration of Independence. We have pride in that. And the children of Cyrus are not telling you that we are committed to that. That's when I talk about the Cyrus Accords is in that spirit. This is not me saying it. This is our nation, its culture, its national identity. And this is your truest friend that is now being clobbered, as you saw in that video, by a regime that is un-Iranian and is a threat to all of us. And this is what's at stake, simply at the end of the day. So it's better for all of us to now think of how different the world will be with a liberated Iran. And this is our moment in time. This is Iran's chance to finally, after 47 years, liberate itself. And I hear people from across the world. I see how much sympathy now there is for Iranians, from Australia to Argentina to Canada to Sweden to many, 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 many countries that are standing with the Iranian people. The people do. Now it's time for their governments to be online and on par with the expectation of various countries that are demonstrating their support for the Iranian people, and even they ask their respective governments to act. It's not just Iranians asking the outside world to act. People in different countries are beginning to ask their governments to act. And I hope that such governments hear their people and our people and stop listening to the regime that has been lying to them deceitfully and is hanging on to power by yet trying to find another opportunity to get out of this quagmire. Let's not give them that chance yet again.
I'm afraid last two questions, BBC Persia and then NDTV. BBC Persia first. Is that BBC Persia?
خشایار جانی به BBC Persian. شاهزاده من با اجازهتون فارسی سوال میپرسم. شما زمانی که تظاهرات بود در ایران در زمان پس از مرگ مهسا امینی صحبت از اتوبوسی کردید که از همه دعوت کردید سوار این اتوبوس بشن. الان در خیابون‌های ایران، تهران، مشهد، اصفهان، شهرهای کوچک و بزرگ اسم شما و خانواده شما رو صدا می‌کند. آیا هنوز این دعوت وجود داره برای اینکه از دیگران بخواهید که سوار این اتوبوس بشن، همراهی کنند و اینکه بعضی از بخش‌های جامعه ممکن هست که نگرانی‌هایی داشته باشند، قشر مذهبی یا بعضی از اقلیت‌ها، پیام شما برای اونها چه هست؟ خیلی ممنونم.
اولا بگم البته ببینید اون 4 شرایط اصلی رو که بیان کردم، یعنی هر کسی اساساً مسئله تمامیت ارضی ایران، مسئله جدای دین از حکومت، مسئله برابری شهروندان در مقابل قانون و حقوق فردی و نهایتاً حق انتخاب آزاد برای تعیین سرنوشت خودشون رو قبول و باور داشته باشن، مسافرین این به اصطلاح اتوبوس هستند و خواهند بود. برای همه افرادی که همگن و همسو با این حداقل اصول همبستگی هستند میتونن با هم کار بکنن. نمونهش این بود که چند ماه پیش در مونیخ در اون کنفرانس همبستگی داشتین، واضحاً دیدید که انواع اقسام جریانات، چپ، راست، پادشاهی خواه، جمهوری خواه، نمایندگان اقوام، نمایندگان اقشار مذهبی، ورزشکاران، هنرمندان، همه گونه طیف در اونجا بودن، چون بر اساس این اصول توافق داشتن. ما اکنون کسانی داریم، فرض بفرمایید خیلی هم مشخصا موضع‌گیری کردن. من صحبت از مولوی عبدالحمید رو میکنم به عنوان نمونه و به عنوان مثال به عنوان رهبر مذهبی سنی در منطقه بلوچستان که کاملا اعتقاد به این مسئله جدای از این از حکومت دارند و فکر میکنم بسیاری از روحانیون کشور ما نیز که جزوی از این نظام و حکومت نیستند این رو نیز باور دارند و دست کم نمایندگان اقواممون و مذاهب مختلفمون میدونن که از زمانی که این نظام سر کار اومد تبعیض جنسی، مذهبی و قومی رو شروع کرد. ما همچین مشکلی قبلا نداشتیم و ضمانت این در آینده و قانون اساسی که محافظ حقوق بشر شهروندان ایران باشه تمام این ضمانت‌ها رو مجددا برقرار خواهد کرد. بنابراین هیچ عاملی برای نگرانی یا از غافل عقب موندن یا حقوق برابر نداشتن آنن از بین میره و بنابراین در اون آینده خواهند تونست که در آزادی کامل و در برابری کامل شهروندان متعدد اون مملکت یکپارچه باشند. این تعهدی است، نه فقط تعهد من، با تعهد تمام کسانی که معتقد به اون اصول هستند و اکنون در این جبهه واحد با هم داریم کار میکنیم تا این مسئله رو پیش ببریم.
Last question, NDTV.
Thank you, Crown Prince. This is Lalit Jha from NDTV. People of Iran has had a strong historical, cultural, and civilizational ties with India. What is your message?
I'm sorry, you're talking a bit too fast. Could you please enunciate so I can hear you properly? Thank
Lalit
you.
Jha, representing NDTV, an Indian news channel.
Yes.
People of India has had a strong cultural, civilizational ties with Iran.
Yes.
Right. 2 questions. What is your message to the people of India, and what kind of relationship would you like to have with India? Thank you.
Well, I remember the days where, of course, visits that we had, and I think Prime Minister Gandhi had visited Iran. I was very young at the time. So the relationship goes a long time. Culturally, it goes many, many years, but in modern history, we had very good relations, of course, with India. And it's natural, as I said, that a democratic Iran is committed to have the best possible relationship in the context of sovereignty and liberty, to have the best possible relationship with any country that adheres to the same values and can work with us and can partner with us in many different domains. And of course, it's a rich culture and a rich history that we observe in India as well. I think we can, as nations, be very proud of our heritage. And this could be a natural path to a very good bond and cooperation. Look, we have so many challenges to face in our planet. We have issues of energy, we have issues of population, we have issues of energy shortages, we have water crises, we have so many different things. And that's where I think the world needs to really rise up and reach each other hands for cooperation. The four corners of this world have to remain connected. We cannot be introverted. We cannot be isolationists. We need to be able to work together. And the closer ties we have, the better we can address. India is one of the leading countries when it comes to technology, when it comes to expertise. I think these are the kind of things that will help us in every area that we need to focus on, new renewable energies, IT, whatever it is out there. And I'm looking forward to have our experts, our entrepreneurs, our business sector, and anybody else working very closely with our Indian counterpart. Hopefully, once we are freed, we can start an entirely new chapter.
No, I think that's it. I think thank you very much.
So there's a brief intro to our king and leader of the Iranian National Revolution, His Royal Highness. Guys, things are very quiet, and that silence is louder than words, right? Because the usual actors, you know, Senator Lindsey Graham, President Trump, Marco Rubio, Senator Ted Cruz, the only person who posted anything was Mark Levin. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I just got a message. Sorry, there's like my phone is blowing up, no pun intended. There's like so many like rumors and fake news going around. You literally can't trust it, because like there's so much fake news coming out. But I don't know. Well, Mark Levin posted something, and that was really nice of him. He said get Khamenei. Current time in Tehran is 4 a.m. Wait, when's sunrise? Sunrise is 7. So it's no, I haven't. Actually, so Potito sent me a message earlier today, but other than that, I haven't heard from him. All he said was he's grateful for everyone using Conduit. But the only message we got from Khamenei is that Khamenei is apparently in a bunker somewhere in Tehran, apparently. But there's like no other news coming. And so I don't know, because we now know that the entire military has been moved, and apparently apparently like all military assets are where they need to be, right? Oh, I mean, of course. Well, no, listen, I completely agree with the statement, right? President Trump is not going to broadcast what they're doing. Silence is gold. Listen, I agree. That's why I'm just sitting here and I'm like, okay. So like, what do I do? Do I just doom scroll? Do you want me to end the live stream? Do you want me to like play something else? Like, what do you guys want? I mean, I could just end the live stream, or we could just like doom scroll together. I don't know. Do you want me to continue? No, you don't want me to end? Bapish. Any updates, guys? I would love for updates from Iran. I would love. Oh, okay. Do you guys? Oh, you know what? So, do you know like this video here? Why don't I show you the full thing here? So, you know how you guys really enjoy the Cyrus the Great military parade? Here, let me bring it up. Do you guys want to see like what Iran looked like before the Islamic regime took over? Doom scroll? Old footage? Okay. All right. Let me play this for you guys. So this is like my edited sort of, this is an edited thing. Yeah, because like I don't know, like I'm probably going to be up all night. No, I'm not going to rest. There's like it's only 7:30 for me. It's only 7:30 on a Saturday night. Like I'm literally going to be up for like another 6-7 hours anyway. Okay. All right, let me play this for you guys. This is like the edited version where I added like the music. Let me go find the original documentary and I'll play the original documentary for you guys. And then okay. Sorry. All right, I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. Okay. I know, you know what? So okay, so for everyone watching, before the Iranian revolution started, I would actually spend my evenings doing documentary watch parties. So what I would do in the evenings is that I would pick a random documentary about Iran, and then I would criticize it or critique or comment it, right? Because like that was like, and then I would like we had a whole routine going, guys. We had a whole routine. That's when my account was like very small. I only had like maybe 10,000, 15,000 followers. So like so there are like my OGs that are here. And so we would start every documentary watch party with like, I would share my bubbly, I would say like what flavor it is, and then we would go through and we would like watch documentaries. So, like for example, here, let me show you on my screen. Let me just go to my channel so you guys can see. Guys, like I did not used to like I didn't do this for, I didn't used to do 12 hours. The only reason I'm like here 12 hours a day is because of it's because of the revolution, and I'm broadcasting it. But so I actually used to do like a whole series where I would pick a documentary about Iran and we would watch it, and then I would like, of course, this is like back before I had like my nice fancy camera and like my new location and stuff, but like I had all these documentaries. So there you go. Would do this all the time. So Yeah. Okay. Let me pull up this video then. Okay. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find the video. But in the meantime, enjoy that. Okay, so there's two things. Let me pull up the first one here. Because you guys want to see what Iran looked like before the Islamic regime took over. Let's see. I'm just concerned because sometimes when I try to share things, like I get copyright struck. But I know that this one that I'm going to share with you. Okay, so the video I'm going to share with you, this is from, I think it's from 1974. So this is a documentary made by the British, and it's about the 2,500 year anniversary of the Persian Empire. Okay, so this is actually really cool. So that's where this video clip comes from. Okay.
A land of barren mountain and burning desert. A harsh.
Wait, I just don't know why it's so dark. But let me see if I can find a version that's not as dark. Let's see. Okay, this one looks a bit better. All right. Here we go.
Persia. A land of barren mountain and Cyrus, King of Kings, champion long before Magna Carta of human rights and liberties. Cyrus, the Lord's anointed of the prophet Isaiah in the Old Testament. Cyrus, the founder of Persian culture and the father of Iran, the land, 5 times the size of Great Britain, which this Shah rules today. In solemnly dedicating himself to the memory of his predecessor, the Shah was keeping a promise he had made 10 years earlier. As he left the tomb to join his empress and his 10-year-old son, the crown prince,
that's our king.
He was filled with a sense of occasion. It had fallen to him after a twilight in his...
Wait, let's go back. Wait.
Of Persian culture and the father of Iran, the land, 5 times
So this is the tomb of Cyrus the Great, the founder of the Persian Empire.
the size of Great Britain, which this Shah rules today. In solemnly dedicating himself to the memory of his predecessor, the Shah was keeping a promise he had made 10 years earlier. As he left the tomb to join his empress and his 10-year-old son,
That's our Shah when he was 10. Yes, that's him. Look. Here he is now. We love him. Wait. Let me pull this up. That's him now. Right? So, yeah, this is him. And then here he is. Here he is in 1974. Look at him. He's our king. We love him so much. Oh, 100% he was born to reign. He was born to free Iran from Islamic colonization. Yes, that's him. Honestly, guys, we Iranians, we are so blessed. We're so blessed to have him as our leader and as our Shah. Oh, yeah. All right, let's continue.
the crown prince, he was filled with a sense of
کوروش شاه بزرگ شاه شاهان شاه هخامنشی.
Okay, I don't know if they're going to translate this part, so let me go back and translate it for you.
شاه بزرگ.
So he says Kurosh Shah Bozorg, which means the great king.
شاه شاهان.
King of kings.
شاه هخامنشی.
The king of the Achaemenids.
شاه ایران زمین.
The king of Iran. So the Shah of Iran at the time, Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, he's addressing the tomb of Cyrus the Great. So this is his speech. This is the speech of the Shah of Iran at the time to Cyrus the Great, the founder of the Persian Empire. So he's addressing that Shah, and he says, Kurosh, Shah Shahan, king of kings, king of Iran, king of the Achaemenids.
از جانب من شاهنشاه ایران.
He says, on behalf of me, the current king of kings of Iran.
و از جانب ملت من.
And on behalf of my nation, the people of Iran.
O Cyrus, great king,
now they're translating.
King of kings, Achaemenian king, king of the land of Iran, I, the Shah of Iran, offer these salutations from myself and from my nation. At this glorious moment in the history of Iran, I and all Iranians, the offspring of the empire which thou founded 2,500 years ago, bow our heads in reverence before thy tomb. We cherish thy undying memory.
نشدنی تو را پاس می‌داریم.
Okay, let me just pause. let me just pause to answer your question because this is a very, very good question. So it depends. It depends. So on any regular normal day, the tomb is sort of there, but it's dilapidated. They haven't maintained it because the regime and the Islamists, they just want to destroy it, right? In fact, during the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat, a bunch of those savage jihadi Allahu Akbar, like mullahs, Muslim mullahs, whatever, they actually wanted to destroy the tomb of Cyrus the Great because the tomb of Cyrus the Great is it's not Islamic, right? But a lot of Iranians like kind of prevented that from happening. They made like a barrier, they made like a human wall or something. These days, the tomb of Cyrus the Great is there, and Iranians can attend on regular days. However, if it's like a Persian New Year celebration or something, the Islamic regime will generally block the roads to prevent people from going to celebrate at the tomb of Cyrus the Great. And the reason that they block the roads is because they don't want Iranians to celebrate our national identity and our national heritage, right? So it's very common that during Iranian national celebrations, usually revolving around the Persian New Year or the summer equinox, summer solstice, fall equinox, and then winter solstice, they will kind of block the roads to prevent Iranians from going because the Islamic regime discourages Iranians from celebrating our own national celebrations. They just want us to, chant Allahu Akbar, Durka Durka, whatever jihadi nonsense, which we don't do, right? Which we don't do. But that's an excellent question. Excellent question. Okay, Sam, that's that. Oh my gosh. You know what? Armin's going to appreciate that. Too bad Armin's on here. You're right. The ancient enemy is hot sand. That's why the crazy guy is so obsessed with Yah. 100%. 100%. I agree. Absolutely. I agree with that. Oh, it's 100% colonization at its core. 100%. Yeah. Guys, they've been trying to erase our identity for 47 years. Absolutely. And then the messed up part is that when we speak up about it and we try to defend our identity, they accuse us of Islamophobia, right? Meanwhile, they've slaughtered over 50,000 of us, right? You see how classy Iran was? I just want to say, we used to be a classy country, and then Islam came and turned our country into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law, right? Guys, and now, your Western lefty politicians are importing these inbred Durka Allahu Akbar savages into your countries, right? Guys, pay attention here, pay attention, because Iran used to be a classy, normal, modern nation. And now all of those savages that ruined Iran, now they're coming into your countries. So, right? So to the person in the comments that said that someone's reporting the number of deaths at 80,000, I actually wouldn't be surprised if it's much higher than that. Just saying, I wouldn't be surprised given the information intelligence that I have received. I know it's at least 50,000. I wouldn't be surprised if it's much higher than that. I'm just not talking about it because there is There's no point in talking about it until we have actual numbers. So we're just going to go with the flow because we're currently in a war right now. Yeah. Yeah, we're in a war, we're in a revolution. So but until we have the actual numbers, like people are going to throw out anything and everything. People are going to throw out anything and everything for views and monetization. All I know is that regardless of the number, this is the worst massacre of Iranians since the Islamic regime took over. And that is why when Iran is free, we are going to burn every symbol of Islam to the ground, probably. Like, we're just going to root out the cancer from Iran. Yeah. But that's for the day after. That's for the day after. Right now we're focusing on victory. We don't know how many, but we know it's how many were massacred or executed in 1979? Well, I know that the Muslims and the communists, they murdered about 1,000 to 2,000 people, and then they blamed it on the Shah, and then everyone believed the communists and the Islamists because the communists and Islamists like to they like to play victim, right? They like to play victim. So it was the communists and the Islamists that murdered Iranians, blamed it on the Shah, and then after the revolution or after the coup d'etat, then the information came out that it wasn't actually the Shah that did anything. It was the savages that did it. But by that point, it was already too late. So yeah. All right, but let's continue. Let's think of you know why I want to show this video, guys, because this video shows what we Iranians are fighting for, right? We're fighting for our identity, we're fighting for our pride, we're fighting to restore the greatness of Iran. And this is why Iranians are literally willing to sacrifice their life to free Iran. So in honor of every single Iranian who's lost their life on the path to freedom, I'm going to share with you this video which shows you what we Iranians are fighting for and what we're fighting to reclaim. Yeah, that was Persepolis.
In the middle of October 1971, 62 heads of state, or their direct representatives, converged on the airport of the fairy tale city of Shiraz, set in the desert beside the Persian Gulf.
I've been to Shiraz, it's beautiful.
In a patchwork of color, in a whirl of salutes, bows and curtsies, familiar faces in the world scene stepped out of their aircraft over red carpets fringed with guards of honor into the welcoming Persian sunlight. It was just like this. Too much was happening to pick out the detail. For all the arrivals, ceremony and protocol had to be carefully observed. None who were there saw it all. So began one of the most historic cultural gatherings the world has ever seen. The flags of the guest nations flew in salute as the VIPs flew in. This was no party of the year. It was the celebration of 25 centuries.
Guys, this was a celebration of 25 centuries of the Persian Empire, right? So, you know, I think this year it's the 250th, maybe 250th or 300th anniversary of the United States. Is it 250 or 300? I can't remember. I think it's 300, 250. Anyway, so this in back in 1970. Okay, 250. Okay, so 250. Thank you, Americans. So imagine Americans, instead of celebrating 250, you're celebrating 2,500. That's what this is. This is 2,500. Just wanted to point that out.
Throughout the day, escorted cars drove out through Shiraz into the desert towards the ruined palace of the great kings of antiquity, the historic birthplace of the Persian Empire. The guests were traveling to a reception without precedent, even in the days of Cyrus the Great. Their camp, if you can call it a camp, was shaped like a star with 5 wings branching out from the royal pavilion to represent the 5 continents. Each head of state had an apartment with a sitting room, 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, and a service room with an electric stove and ironing board for their entourage.
Guys, there was glamping in Iran before glamping was a thing.
The Shah had personally supervised all the preparations. In sight of the ruins of the great palace of his predecessors, which had taken 187 years to build, the complex of new building was a major piece of construction, even for modern times. One day, it is thought that it might become a super hotel for wealthy tourists. The great hand weavers of Persian carpets had been using their uncanny skill to make portraits in silk of each of the distinguished guests. The portraits were to be hung in their sitting rooms. As the famous men and women matched their pictures with their presents, they were given an excited greeting. Persia was in gala mood. The villagers had heard on radio and television that the great people of the world were coming to honor their country. A country which had ruled in the past what was the then known Earth. A country which, after centuries of apathy, their Shah was determined to lead into the 20th century. He began by inviting the world to stop, look, and listen. The modern world had half forgotten Persia's place on the map. The best beginning for the future was to sound the trumpets and recall the Persian people to the glories of their own past. What happened was assuredly unforgettable. Looking at these scenes, a poker player might well reflect that here is that rare hand in cards, which is called a royal flush.
That's him. That's our crown prince. That's our current Shah. did you see? Wait, I gotta go back. Look at him. Oh no, wait. There he is. That is our current Shah. Look at him. Look at him. Like even at the age of 10, he's there greeting all of the dignitaries, right? So part of his role and responsibility was, as a 10-year-old, was greeting all of these heads of state, right? So when we tell you that our Shah was literally born and raised to lead Iran, right? There you go. Oh, Thomas, it's more than 2,000 people watching, because there's this is broadcasting on 5 different platforms. 20,000 people are watching here on all 5 platforms together.
Leaders whom we all recognize had a unique opportunity for relaxed conversation. Well, perhaps not now with the TV cameras looking on, but others were talking elsewhere. An international congress of 250 scholars were already in session at Shiraz. The papers they read on Persian culture were to be published and circulated to research institutes throughout the world. Such a brain's trust of Persian study had never been collected before. In Shiraz, where there is a garden appropriately named Garden of Paradise, the lights twinkled like diamonds, like the bubbles in a glass of champagne.
Someone asked about the Baha'i. The Baha'i lived freely in Iran and were not persecuted when the Shah was in power. Before 1979, there was freedom of religion. Like everyone was free to practice their faith. No one was persecuted. It was only when the Islamic regime took over that they brought their 7th century Islamic jihadi, barbaric ideology with them. And then, of course, they started persecuting the Baha'i and the Jews, amongst others. Yeah. So Baha'i right now, unfortunately, have no rights, incredibly persecuted. But prior to 1979, everyone was free and everyone lived peacefully and no one was persecuted.
It is not often that a state occasion like the great reception room of the Royal Pavilion in Persepolis move people who influence the destiny of mankind. The order of precedence, the etiquette of who sits where and who leads who to dinner, call for all the skills of diplomacy.
I just want to address a comment. So Ficklenot saying it's bizarre that the entire culture was destroyed when Khomeini stole the country. Iran was very much like the West in many ways. So I would just argue a little bit and push back and say that our culture wasn't destroyed. Our culture was oppressed. And that's why today, 47 years later, you're seeing Iranians out in the streets and they're chanting, death to Khamenei, death to the Islamic regime. They're burning mosques. They're saying that mullahs must be buried in order for Iran to be free, right? So the one thing that they've never been able to do is that they've never been able to destroy our culture. Yes, we've been conquered in the past, but we've never been colonized, right? Like our culture has never been erased, and that's why even now, 47 years later, Iranians who've never known a free Iran, right? I was born after the revolution, so I've coup d'état. So I've never seen this Iran, and yet this Iran identifies more with me and like my culture and my identity than like the Allahu Akbar, jihad, durka savage nonsense, right? And that's why Iranians are fighting back, because our culture hasn't been destroyed. We've been occupied, and right now we are in a fight to liberate ourselves and to liberate our culture from our Islamic occupiers, right? And again, like our culture, our identity, our heritage existed for thousands of years before Islam was invented, and it's going to exist for thousands of years after Islam is gone. Okay, so I wouldn't say that our culture is destroyed, because it hasn't been. If our culture was destroyed, Iranians wouldn't be fighting back right now. Like if our culture was actually destroyed, Iranians would just be like, Allahu Akbar, like, blowing themselves up in like planes or something like the Palestinians do. I don't know, whatever, right? Like, they would be doing all the terrorist stuff that like Palestinians do. So that's just what I wanted to say. So yeah, that exactly. So we've been oppressed, and right now we're in a fight for liberation, to liberate ourselves from that Islamic occupation that's been occupying our country. Because it just the Islamic identity and ideology, it doesn't fit with us, because we're not from that culture, we're not from that like mentality, we're a totally different civilization. But thank you, I appreciate that. All right, let's continue.
Open! Open the gates guarded by winged bulls with human heads.
And now comes the procession of the ambassadors, their beards in ringlets, their hair curled. A long procession towards the stairways of stone and black marble, guarded by the lancers of our royal guard, the 10,000 immortals. The long train of the horsemen from the steppes of the Arab camel drivers, moving toward the tall forest of stone columns that reach to the sky in a gesture of prayer.
The Ionians and the Aeolians, living on land and sea, bring you their rams and amber chalices.
And when I reconquered Cyprus and the Greek colonies of Asia, I too left them all their liberties. Ahura Mazda has deigned through the words of my mouth.
So I just want to say, yes. So we actually call the Pahlavi dynasty, we call them the Iran building dynasty, right? So we call them Khandan Iran Saz Pahlavi, because you're absolutely right. Under the Pahlavi dynasty, Iran was at its peak. And 50 years ago, Iran was way more modern and advanced. Like it was just mind-blowing. It was mind-blowing. And then, those inbred savage Muslim clerics they wanted to destroy our culture and took us back to the 7th century. So that's what we're fighting for. Like, Iran is one of the few countries in the world where our past is literally going to be our future once again, right? So I'm glad that you're all enjoying this. I'm glad that you're enjoying this, because I hope this shows you guys that we're not like a bunch of like savage 7th century barbarians, right? That go around yelling Allahu Akbar. Like we are an ancient civilization. And there's a reason that we, where we're from is called like the cradle of civilization, right? So I'm glad that you guys are enjoying this. It makes me so happy. And honestly, I can't wait until Iran is free and it's safe for you guys to travel, because you're going to love it. You're going to love it. I'm telling you, walking through Persepolis, it's just such a, like, it's just such an humbling experience walking through Persepolis, especially for me as like an Iranian, right? Because I'm literally walking through the ancient capital of my ancestors, and it's just it's a very, very special place for us Iranians, very special. And I'm just really grateful that you're all here watching this documentary with me while we wait for some news. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get any news tonight, but let's see what happens. And I'm here to answer your questions as well. All right, let's continue.
To allow his image to cohabit with those of the Greek gods on coins.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it. This is an excellent question. So someone asked me if Israel had formal diplomatic relations with Iran prior to 1979. Yes, actually, Iran was the second country to formally recognize the state of Israel when Israel was first founded in 1948. So yes, Iran and Israel were actually very, very close allies. In fact, Iran was the only ally of Israel prior to 1979. Yep. And it was only when the Allahu Akbar Muslim clerics overtook Iran that they started chanting death to Israel and death to America. But before 1979, yes, Iran was actually a very, very big ally of Israel and the United States. And King Reza Pahlavi and his transitional government, one of the first priorities that they have is to reestablish diplomatic relations with the state of Israel, and of course with the United States as well. So yeah, guys, I'm telling you, Iran, we were a normal country. We were a normal country before 1979. We were at peace with everyone. We were at peace with everyone. And it was only when like the Muslim savages took over our country that the whole thing went to hell, right? But before that, we were like a normal, peaceful country.
Invented the postal system with relays of horsemen bringing news from the distant outposts of empire.
That's
Today,
true.
in the company of his guests, in the long shadow of the ruins of Persepolis, messengers of good omen bring the Shah the greetings of his Senate in Tehran.
در این روز بزرگ تاریخ ایران از تخت جمشید زادگاه شاهنشاه
Today we submit to history the account of the past 2,500 years, and we firmly believe that the balance is proudly to our credit.
الهام بخش همه مردم روی زمین در ادامه راه آنان به سوی نیکبختی واقعی جامعه بشری باشد.
They're the war chariots of the Achaemenian kings who conquered and civilized the ancient world, whose trumpets were a call of peace. These were the Persian infantry with wicker shields, sons of Cyrus and Darius, who ruled so many peoples, but awarded them all the rights of free men. There were no slaves in the Persian Empire. For more than 10 years, archaeological experts studying the records which remain pieced together how the old warriors must have looked. No stirrups for the cavalry. Stirrups were invented centuries later. Every historic detail in this parade, so far as we can know today, is exact. In these frail oared boats, armies whose soldiers and wagon train was said to have stretched 28 miles crossed the Mediterranean. Over the century.
Sorry, so people asking me for updates, believe me guys, no updates. I'm basically just, doom scrolling and watching documentaries about Iran before 1979. If I get any news, I will let you guys know. This was 1971. This was the 2,500 year anniversary of the Persian Empire. So guys, so to put it in perspective, so to put it in context, this is like the Iranian equivalent of the 4th of July. So you know how like in the United States, you have like amazing celebrations for the 4th of July. You have like, I don't know, parades or fireworks, whatever. And you celebrate everything about like American culture and history and heritage. So this is our version of the 4th of July, except it's 2,500 years. So it's our 2,500 year version of 4th of July. Back in 1971.
Through dynasties that have spread long before Christ of modern times, Persia has prevailed. Conquerors from the time of Alexander have adopted Persian ways. The spirit of the country has risen again and again. The trumpets have never ceased sounding.
So this is what Persians looked like 2,500 years ago, right? This is from 2,500 years ago. I know, see? Oh, wait. So someone said, it sounds better with my tune. See, now you know where the footage comes from, right? Okay, let me go back and I'll play that for you. Because what I did is I made that video myself. I took like different scenes from this parade from Cyrus the Great's, it's a very, very long military parade. So guys, this military parade, it actually starts 2,500 years ago with Cyrus the Great, and then it shows every single era. So the military parade starts 2,500 years ago all the way up to the modern day military at the time. So okay, so now that you know that, all right, I will play you my version with the tune, which is kind of edited, and then we'll go back and we'll continue the military parade because now you know the context. Here you go. Now you know where this comes from. I made it. I made it myself. This is a Goldie original, guys. This is a Goldie Gamari original. It's on my channel. It's on my live stream. You thought this was AI? No, this is real. This is from 1971. No, the tune is from a royalty-free website. I can't remember what it's from. The video's in my playlist. Video's in my Iran Revolution playlist. I'm definitely AI. Yeah, I'm AI. This is definitely my edit. This is a Goldie original. Yeah. I made it myself. One of my hobbies is just making videos. So yeah. I feel like in a different life, I was definitely like a director or like a film producer or something. But yes, this right here, this is a Goldie original. I took footage from 1971. I added some pretty cool music to it, and yeah, this is on my Iran Revolution playlist, so you can find it there. But now you know where this comes from. Soon, I'm sure freedom. I hope so. But there you go. That's why I really, really like this video, because I made it myself. All right, let's go back to the original now. So now you know where it came from. Now you know where my like techno rave version came from, right? Okay. I'll go back a little bit though, because I did interrupt you guys. So now that you know where it came from, here you go. And remember, this is the start. This is the start of the military parade, okay? So the military parade, it basically goes through all of the eras. So it starts with what the Persian army looked like 2,500 years ago during the time of Cyrus the Great, and then slowly works his way to like modern day modern day Iran.
And we firmly believe that the balance is proudly
Oh, thank you
to
for
our
liking my
credit.
version.
الهام بخش همه مردم روی زمین در ادامه راه آنان به سوی نیکبختی واقعی
I don't know
جامعه
the name of the
بشری
song.
باشد.
It was like some royalty-free song, but it's on my playlist.
They're the war chariots of the Achaemenian kings who conquered and civilized the ancient world. These were the Persian infantry with wicker shields, sons of Cyrus and Darius, who ruled so many peoples, but awarded them all the rights of free men. There were no slaves in the Persian Empire. For more than 10 years, archaeological experts studying the records which remain pieced together how the old warriors must have looked. No stirrups for the cavalry. Stirrups were invented centuries later. Every historic detail in this parade, so far as we can know today, is exact. In these frail oared boats, armies whose soldiers and wagon train was said to have stretched 28 miles crossed the Mediterranean. Over the centuries, through dynasties that have spread long before Christ of modern times, Persia has prevailed. Conquerors from the time of Alexander have adopted Persian ways. The spirit of the country has risen again and again. The trumpets have never ceased sounding. During the next 500 years, years in which the Great Wall of China was built, in which Hannibal crossed the Alps, and Julius Caesar conquered Gaul, these were the Parthian soldiers of the Arsacid dynasty.
So someone's asking, what did it mean for them to hold up their right hand? I think so. So someone asked this to me the other night. I have a feeling it's like some sort of like it's like the ancient Persian version of like a salute, right? So you know how like Americans like, you know, or in modern day military, that's a salute. I have a feeling that that's like the salute, the ancient Persian salute. We also see it in like the Fravahar. So he also does like the hand thing. So I think it symbolizes like peace or like some sort of salute, right? In like the Persian Empire. It's very, very like predominant in ancient Persian carvings and symbology. So it's like a salute.
The Sasanians, with their sugarloaf hats, which are still worn in Persia today, followed during the centuries when Muhammad founded Islam, and the powers of ancient Rome sank into final decline.
Someone asked if where is it? Someone asked, did Iran have freedom of religion before the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat? Yes. Yes, Iran had full freedom of religion. Women were equal to men. The only people who claimed that they were oppressed were communists and the Islamic jihadis that then overtook our country. So, and then when they took over the country, they turned the country into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. And then they actually got rid of freedom of religion because they believe that Allah is supreme, and they believe that anyone who doesn't worship Allah should be murdered. So, yeah. Prior to 1979, Iran had full freedom of religion. It was only when the Muslim savages came to power that they turned Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole. All right, we'll continue.
Ruled Persia in the age when ARMIN was crowned the Holy Roman Emperor in 800 AD.
This is kind of cool. So look at this. Someone looked it up. So Hutan, thank you for this. So he just searched it and this came up. So the upward pointing hand on the Fatah, so the salute that we were all wondering about, it symbolizes the one correct direction in life, forward towards righteousness and higher spiritual goals. So there you go. Like even the Iranian salute is it's very poetic, and it's very like, it's just, good vibes. It's all good vibes there. So there you go. So forward, onward towards righteousness and higher spiritual goals. There you go. Thank you, Hutan, for sharing that. I appreciate that. There you go. Thank you.
Columbus was discovering America when the Safavids were on the march. The Afsharis were a short-lived dynasty in Persian terms, who belonged to the time when Bonnie Prince Charlie raised the flag.
Another good question. Did Iran have freedom of religion during the Qajars? No, they did not, because the Qajar dynasty was actually controlled by the mullahs. So the Qajar dynasty, they were very, very corrupt. They basically bankrupt Iran. They basically let the mullahs rule. When the Pahlavi dynasty took over, and by the way, the Pahlavi dynasty took over through a vote within the Majlis, the parliament at the time, because Iran was actually constitutional monarchy. So when the Qajars were very, very corrupt, and the democratically elected parliament of Iran had enough. So 100%. Yeah, he's a Republican version of the Qajar, because here's what happened. When the democratically elected parliament of Iran at the time, in I think it was like 1925, they got rid of the Qajar dynasty, and they actually used the powers given to them within the constitution of Iran to bring about a new dynasty, which is the Pahlavi dynasty. They did so because they wanted to have a king that was not beholden to the Islamic clerics. And so when the Pahlavi dynasty came in, they of course focused on modernizing Iran, on building Iran, and the Ayatollahs, the clerics, did not like that, because the clerics were upset that the Pahlavi dynasty were not kissing their hands, because the Pahlavi dynasty were very modern, focused on secularizing Iran and building Iran, right? So ever since the Pahlavi dynasty took over in 1925, starting with Reza Shah the Great. Reza Shah the Great is the grandfather of the current Shah of Iran. The mullahs ever since then have been attacking the Pahlavi dynasty, and so unfortunately they were successful in 1979 in taking over. So yeah, 100%. So we are, and that's why they attack the Pahlavi family. That's why they attack the Pahlavi name, because the Pahlavi dynasty was secularizing Iran, was modernizing Iran. The Pahlavi dynasty believed in freedom of religion. So Mossadegh is actually a Qajar. Mossadegh is like a Qajar reject. Mossadegh was actually funded by the communists. And they wanted him to take over Iran. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Well, not unfortunately. Fortunately, he wasn't able to do so, because fortunately, the Shah of Iran was able to end that coup. But unfortunately, the biggest misinformation about Iran is all the communists and Islamists, they love to spout that propaganda about, Mossadegh was democratically elected and the Shah was authoritarian, which is utter nonsense, because Iran actually became a constitutional monarchy in 1906, right? Iran's first prime minister was elected in 1906. So how the heck could Mossadegh be the first democratically elected prime minister when Iran's first prime minister was actually elected in 1906, right? What Mossadegh actually tried to do is Mossadegh tried to suspend the constitution, and he tried to declare a state of emergency so that he could then become an authoritarian dictator. Does that remind you of anything? Canada? State of emergency? Yeah? Yeah, remember? State of emergency? Suspending all civil rights? Yeah, so Mossadegh tried to do that in 1953, and the parliament of Iran at the time, went to the Shah and said, you have to do something. So the Shah of Iran did. The Shah of Iran used the authority given to him within the constitution of Iran to get rid of Mossadegh and appoint a different prime minister. And by the way, by the way, the biggest lie is that Mossadegh was democratically elected. No. According to the Constitution of Iran, the prime minister is appointed by the Shah. Okay? So the only reason Mossadegh became the prime minister is because the Shah appointed him as the prime minister. And then when Mossadegh turned out to be a Russian funded communist traitor who was trying to take Iran under the Iron Curtain, based on the wishes of the democratically elected parliament. Parliament was democratically elected, by the way. The Shah then got rid of Mossadegh and then appointed another prime minister, right? So no one, the communists and jihadis never talk about that. They never talk about the fact that there was a prime minister before Mossadegh, and there was also a prime minister after Mossadegh, right? They never talk about that. All they say is Mossadegh, Mossadegh, right? Like, guys, we hate Mossadegh. Mossadegh is a traitor. We hate him, right? Like, it's just and literally no one talks about Mossadegh except for like non-Iranian jihadis or communists who just spout that Russian propaganda, right? So yeah, there you go. That's the nonsense with Mossadegh. Mossadegh is like just like an evil communist traitor who basically wanted to sell Iran to the Soviet Union. There you go. But I mean, honestly, guys, like listen, all you need to do, and I mean, don't take my word for it. Just, here, let me just show you. Here's Google. List of prime ministers in Iran, okay? Look at this. List of prime ministers in Iran. You see this? It's on Wikipedia. Like, guys, anyone can look this up. Anyone can look this up. The first prime minister, 1907. And then, oh, look, oh my gosh. Look at all of these prime ministers. Oh my gosh, prime minister. And then, oh my gosh, look at all these prime ministers. Oh, and then here you go. Here's Mossadegh, right? Mossadegh the traitor. And then here's Mossadegh the traitor again, right? No one ever talks about the prime ministers before Mossadegh. No one ever talks about the prime ministers after Mossadegh, right? And look at all these prime ministers that came about after Mossadegh, right? There you go. Guys, the information's all there. All I'm saying is, like, don't believe the Russian jihadi propaganda. It's just you can't trust the Russian jihadi propaganda. And the only reason that the Islamists and communists want you to focus on Mossadegh is because that's what they use to justify turning Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. I am? All you had to do is Google list of prime ministers and it would have shown you everything you needed to know. Yeah, I know, because non-Iranians just rely on like Islamist and communist and jihadi propaganda, right? So there you go. Yeah. Guys, the internet is free. You can find all this info there. I'm just saying, Mossadegh was a communist. Yeah, there you go. Oh, okay. I see I have like an Instagram or TikTok follower here. And now you know. Here you go. Okay, wait, let me do this. Iranian here with another pro tip for anyone who's not from the Middle East. Mossadegh was a communist traitor and we Iranians hate him. And now you know. There you go. How was that? All right. Let's continue with the documentary now, because we don't like talking about Mossadegh because he's just like a garbage traitor. We don't like him.
Flag of the Stuart Rebellion in Scotland.
chariots mounted muskets on swivels on their camels. The Zans, although they can scarcely have heard about it, fought their battles at the time of the Declaration of American Independence. The style of their uniforms shows that the Qajas belong to the Napoleonic era. The armed services of the latest of the present dynasty in Persia, the Pahlavi, gather for a grand assembly. The world is looking on. These are the household troops of the Shah. Here is the new army which the Shah has created to develop literacy, health, and international development. A peace army to fight poverty, hunger, and so.
Okay, I need to talk about this part because this was mentioned in another documentary. I'll see if I can find that documentary and share it with you after. But guys, so to everyone who says to everyone who claims that our beloved Shah was a dictator, okay? The Shah of Iran literally created something that he called a peace army, okay? And this peace army was tasked with going around to various parts of the country, building schools, educating people, raising the literacy rate, right? Like this was his peace army. He literally employed thousands and thousands of people to go around to educate Iranians and modernize Iranians, and he called them the peace army. And that pissed off the Muslim clerics because the Muslim clerics didn't like the fact that the Shah was educating women. The Shah of Iran banned girls from getting married at the age of 13. The Shah of Iran raised the legal age of marriage to 18. Okay, so when the Shah of Iran raised the legal age of marriage for girls to 18, the Muslim clerics didn't like that, and then they called the Shah a dictator because the Shah's policy of giving women the right to vote and raising the age of marriage to 18, the Muslim clerics said that that's oppression, that their religion was being oppressed because the Shah did not allow 9-year-old girls to get married. Do you now see when people talk about, oh, the Shah was a dictator, he didn't allow freedom of religion? Yeah, When they say he didn't allow freedom of religion, the Shah did not allow 9-year-old girls to get married because the Shah of Iran knew that a civilized modern society probably should not allow for child marriages. And then the Muslim savages, the Muslim jihadi savages, called that Islamophobia, called that like oppression. Right? The Shah of Iran, our beloved Shah of Iran, did not want 13-year-old girls to be raped by 50-year-old men, right? The Shah of Iran did not want, Muslim savages to do what Muhammad did to Aisha. The Shah of Iran banned that. The Muslim clerics didn't like that, and so they accused the Shah of being a dictator, right? Because the Shah of Iran was against child marriage. The Shah of Iran did not want young girls to be raped by 50-year-old men. And apparently the Shah was a dictator for that. Yeah. Do you see the propaganda that we've had to deal with for the last 50 years from these like Muslim communist savages? There you go. There you go. Anyway, let's continue. End rant.
Here is the new army which the Shah has created to develop literacy, health, and international development. A peace army to fight poverty, hunger, and social injustice. A great international cause in which Persia wishes to play her part.
And look, we had women. We had women in his peace army. These are women. Women in the peace army. Look at the women. These are the women in the peace army. I just want to point out a beautiful symbolism here. Like, look at this. So you can see like the old. So as the current Shah of Iran's peace army is walking by, right? With women were in the Shah's peace army. You can like look at the symbolism. So these guards, by the way, this is Garde Javidan, right? Garde Javidan, that's the immortal guard. Remember? So Potipto and Strawman, who've joined our show in the past, they call themselves Garde Javidan. No, women did not have to go to military service. What like communist jihadi garbage are you spouting? What a gomsho. I'm just banning you. I'm not tolerating I'm not tolerating that. So you can see like the immortal guards from the time of Cyrus the Great. Okay, it's like they're on the top of the buildings of Persepolis, and it's like they're watching the Shah's peace army go by, right? And again, what's the peace army? The peace army, the Shah created a peace army that was fighting poverty. The peace army was fighting injustice. The peace army was fighting hunger. The peace army was fighting illiteracy. That's why the Shah called them the peace army, right? And then you see all the flags from the different countries walking by being honored. Yeah, Peace Corps. Exactly. Someone said Peace Corps. Exactly. That's exact. It was like the Peace Corps. It was a Peace Corps. 100%. He called it the Peace Army, and the Peace Army was tasked with going around building schools, fighting hunger, fighting illiteracy, and women were involved. Yeah. And and you know, all the communists and leftists and whoever, Muslim jihadi savages, they called the Shah a dictator. Do you understand how frustrating it is for us Iranians? از تهران مراقب خودت باش. پاینده ایران جاوید شاه، ما صدای شما هستیم. سپاس از حضورتون. What sort of dictator does this? What sort of dictator does this?
The fountains which inspired the poets, philosophers, and thinkers of this old land centuries ago whisper their watery music. As the flags drift in the evening breeze, after the formalities of the state reception, the Shah and his Empress invite his guests to a traditional Persian party. The way it works is that he doesn't sit down himself. Moving among his guests, he makes them all happy. The music and the food are traditional. It wouldn't have been complete without the dancing girls. In the aircraft, the Shah had brief moments in which he was on his own, with time to look at what they were saying about the celebrations in the newspapers. From a headquarters in Persepolis, the press was tapping and typing comments to the world. For most of them, it was a surprise to discover how the new Persia was evolving. They only remembered the old, when Persia had slept. The organization of the Great Parade was in itself an eye-opener. The celebrations were the signal that the flame of Persia was burning again. Great nations come and go. A century ago, Persia had been of no importance except to historians, romanticists, and students of archaeology. Look at her now. She is making her challenge to join the new world. Her greatest enemy is illiteracy. She has started to beat it by building 4,000 new schools in a year. Schools for adults as well as children. Her other enemy is her scarcity of water. By building great dams, Persia's water too is being brought under control. She is moving fast into heavy industry. The country has to do a lot yet to catch up industrially with the Western world. But one of the wonders of her is that this old sleeping beauty is now awake. So much is happening so quickly. Her modern spirit was first aroused during the reign of the present Shah's father. During the celebrations of the 2500th anniversary, his son remembered him. In Tehran, the cavalcade of cars swept towards the mausoleum of Reza Shah the Great. His son wished to do honor to the memory of his father. The ceremony was solemn and short. Most of us would wish to pay our own respects to our own fathers. His own had founded a new dynasty in Persia. The Persian people already call him Reza the Great. After that, the climax of the celebrations. The first glimpse of the floodlit monument outside the airport of Tehran in honor of the present Shah. Below the monument is a museum. On the last day of the celebrations, there was a spectacular to mark the inauguration of a vast new sports stadium in Tehran designed to seat 100,000 people. As the Shah arrived, they seemed to be all there. Swinging heavy clubs is a traditional sport. The strong men of Persia pride themselves on their muscular development. Notice that the soldiers are doing their arms drill without orders, to the music of the Viennese waltz. Towards the end of the celebrations, the Shah heard an address from the religious representatives of the world, a confirmation that religious tolerance should be extended to all men.
So for everyone asking about, was Iran, did Iran have religious freedom prior to 1979? Here's your answer. Will Armin be back? No, Armin's not going to come back. He's taking a break for the rest of the night. Unless like some big news breaks about Iran, then I'll message him and he'll come back. But otherwise, Armin is taking a well-deserved break. But for everyone else who's wondering about religious freedom, here's your answer. Here's your answer. Pay attention here.
Towards the end of the celebrations, the Shah heard an address from the religious representatives of the world, a confirmation that religious tolerance should be extended to all men. Not all countries accept it. In ancient tradition, Persia does.
Even had First Nations. First Nations people were there. Did you see that?
As the VIPs said their goodbyes, they...
Did you like the Shah was such a huge proponent of freedom of religion. He even had First Nations people. Did you see like there's a First Nations chief with their headdress? Do you see that? Do you see that? okay, First Nations, indigenous, whatever the politically correct term is. But what I'm trying to point out is that in Iran, in 1971, the Shah of Iran invited religious leaders from all around the world, various religious leaders, including First Nations chiefs, right? Because the Shah of Iran respected freedom of religion. Yes, I'm pretty sure he was American. He's an American First Nations chief. And the Muslims and the communists called him a dictator. Do you see this? 1971, the Shah of Iran recognized freedom of religion, and he honored freedom of religion, and he invited religious leaders from around the world to come to Iran for the 2,500-year anniversary of the country of Iran. And the communists didn't like this. So, the Shah was a dictator. Do you now understand why we Iranians get so frustrated and so angry when we have these ignorant reporters or media people or whoever, oh, the Shah was a dictator. Okay, what sort of dictator literally invites First Nations chiefs to come to Iran to join in the celebration of the 2,500-year anniversary of Iran in 1971? There you go. There you go.
In ancient tradition, Persia does. As the VIPs said their goodbyes, they left behind them, each in their own language and over their own famous names, a message of goodwill. In our world, we might call them bread and butter letters. In Persia's world, they remember the words of their great poet and thinker, Sadi, who 700 years ago wrote, "If ambitious of a great name, make a practice of munificence, for the crop will not shoot till thou shalt sow the seed." Tehran, the new monument is likely to become as familiar as London's Big Ben, the Eiffel Tower of Paris, and New York's Statue of Liberty.
Symbole des grandes fêtes de l'Iran, ce cylindre en argile cuite de Cyrus proclame que c'est ici que pour la première fois, les droits de l'homme devinrent loi.
There you go, guys. There you go. So, yeah, there's a documentary about Iran in the glory days. So, did you guys enjoy that? You enjoyed that? Yeah. This is what Iranians are fighting for, right? Like we are this is what we're fighting for. We're fighting to restore our heritage, we're fighting to restore our culture. We're fighting to restore Iran, right? Because Iran has existed for thousands of years, well before Islam. And I hope that now, when you see all of those videos of Iranians, not just outside of Iran, but Iranians in occupied Iran who are chanting for, the king to return, this is why. And guys, this documentary, it's available on my YouTube channel, and it's not even monetized, right? So I don't make any money. I don't make any money off of this documentary because, it's copyrighted or whatever, but it's there. It's there. So all you have to do is go to Iran before 1979, and it's right there. The Shah's 2,500 year celebration of Cyrus the Great. It's there. It's there. It's a 1 hour long documentary, and it's publicly available. So I hope you guys understand now what we're fighting for. We're fighting to free our culture. We're fighting to free our heritage, our civilization. Yeah. The Islamic regime, they ruined a lot of things. I want to share one final video. I want to find it here. I have it on my channel. I just want to share this one video here. So, and then I'm going to end the live stream. And if for some reason some crazy news pops up, I'll restart. But I don't know if anything's going to happen. But if it does, I'll come back. But someone made this video, and it's very fitting. So for those of you who have been watching Iran Revolution live and joining us for the last several weeks or days, one of the most heart-wrenching messages and pleas that we have received from inside occupied Iran is, Iranians who are inside of Iran literally risking their lives and facing bullets unarmed. Their question has been, did you fight for us? Did you fight for us when we were silenced? And as you know, the internet was shut down on January 8th. And even though the internet was shut down on January 8th, because the Islamic regime didn't want the outside world to know what was going on, Armin and I, we continued to air Iran Revolution Live every single day because we knew what was going on, and we made a pact that we're not going to stop talking about Iran until Iran is free. And this message here is exactly why we are continuing Iran Revolution Live, because even though we might not be getting the most recent videos coming from inside of Iran, we know that the videos aren't coming because the Islamic regime is trying to silence Iranian voices. And the biggest fear that Iranians have in occupied Iran is that they're worried. They're like, are you being our voice? Are you telling the world what's going on? Are you making the world aware of what's happening inside occupied Iran? And so I just want to share this one final video with you, and then I'm going to call it a night. Unless something happens, but this video, I dedicate this video to you because everyone here, you're also part of the reason why Iranians have a voice, and I want to thank all of you. So this message is from Iran, and it says, did you fight for us when we were silenced? And in Persian it says, وقتی ما رو خاموش کرده بودند برای ما جنگیدید. So that's not like an accurate description. So وقتی ما رو خاموش کرده بودند برای ما جنگیدید, that translates to, when they silenced our voices, did you fight for us? That's what this means. So this person in occupied Iran is asking, when they silenced our voices on January 8th, did you fight for us? And this is the response. This is the response here. So for any Iranian who is tuning in from inside occupied Iran، بله وقتی که اینترنت رو قطع کردن ما صدای شما بودیم، براتون جنگیدیم و اینو از طرف خودم و آرمین دارم بهتون میگم. قسم به خون یاران ایستاده ایم تا پایان. پاینده ایران جاوید شاه تا ابد و ابد. پاینده ایران جاوید شاه.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردم بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش